I drove past the last sign of civilization hours ago, the kind of highway that vanishes into the horizon until you're convinced the road itself forgot you existed. Dust clung to my tires, and the sun was just a fatting bruise in the sky when I saw the first silhouette of Ember Hollow. The buildings were skeletal, like bones bleached by time. I slowed the car, not because I wanted to, but because the air itself seemed to demand it. Heavy, expectant, like it was waiting to see what I would do next. The main street stretched ahead, cracked and littered with rusting debris. Old lampposts leaned at awkward angles, their shadows long and crooked in the dying light. A single wind chime, dangling from a porch where the paint had peeled away decades ago, rattled softly, although there was no wind. I could hear it, faint and metallic, like a whisper meant for me alone. I parked near the old general store. Its windows were dark, streaked with years of dirt, and the door sagged on its hinges. I stepped out, boots crunching over gravel that had been broken down into powdery gray dust. The smell hit me first, wood rot, mildew, and something tangibly human beneath it, the faint trace of cigarette smoke or sweat that had clung to these streets long after everyone left. I walked past the storefronts. There were signs still hanging, faded letters promising bread, coal, and supplies that hadn't existed here in decades. Every step echoed unnaturally, as though the town were amplifying my presence. I tried to convince myself I was just being cautious, that the unease was normal. But even as I told myself this, I could feel it. The emptiness of Ember Hollow wasn't just empty. It was expectant, watching. I stopped at what remained of the town hall. Its door was ajar, a jagged split running down the wood like a scar. Inside, dust swirled in the slivers of sunlight cutting through broken windows. Papers littered the floor, meeting minutes from a century ago, notices of town gatherings, yellowed letters still bearing the faint ink of voices long gone. I ran my fingers over a name scrawled in a ledger. J. Havorson, missing, 1927. A chill ran up my spine. Missing, just like that. No note. No explanation, just gone. I turned, half expecting to see someone watching from the doorway, but there was no one. The shadows seemed to stretch toward me, or perhaps I was shrinking into them. My chest tightened and I forced myself forward, stepping into the street again. A faded sign swung lazily above a collapsed saloon. Ember Hollow, population 0. The wind picked up briefly, and the sign clanged against its chain, sounding almost like laughter. I started to explore the side streets. Houses leaned precariously, roofs caved in, porches sagging as if they were tired of holding up against the years. Each doorway I passed seemed like a mouth, waiting to speak. I imagined what life must have been here. Families gathered around stoves, miners returning from the shafts, children running barefoot across the gravel. And then, in the blink of a moment, that image would twist. Shadows stretched too long, windows like blank eyes staring at me, streets echoing with footsteps that weren't mine. At the edge of town, the remnants of the old mine called to me. The entrance gaped like a black wound in the hillside. Timber supports leaned at impossible angles, rusting chains dangling like teeth. A faint breeze carried the smell of damp earth and something iron-like, metallic, blood perhaps, or just rust, but it pulled at the corner of my mind, urging me closer. I stopped, hand on the cool metal of a fence post, and listened. Nothing. Then a low groan, almost imperceptible but unmistakable. I told myself it was the wind, that my mind was filling the silence. But the groan came again, softer this time, a wet dragging sound from somewhere deep inside the shaft. I couldn't see the bottom, and yet I knew it went far enough to swallow a man whole. I took a step back, heart hammering, yet something made me peer closer. The shadows inside seemed to move, not like a trick of light, but as if they were alive, curling and twisting with intent. My flashlight cut a weak beam across the rubble-strewn floor. Wooden carts toppled over, pickaxes rusted and forgot. And then I saw it, a single helmet lying on its side, dented, scratched, dust covering it like a shroud. I bent down, fingertips brushing the leather straps. The instant I touched it, I heard a whisper, a word half-formed like the air itself was speaking. I froze. "Leave," my voice caught in my throat. I laughed quietly, a dry, hollow sound. Of course it wasn't real. No one was here. I moved on, circling the town, drawn back to the main street. In the distance, the church steeple leaned sharply, its bell missing, leaving only a hollow frame against the bruised sky. I walked up the steps, careful of the rotted wood, and looked inside. Pews rotted, hymnals strewn across the floor, their pages curled and yellowed. Sunlight filtered through stained glass, though most were shattered, leaving jagged shards that caught the fading light in strange, bleeding colors. I knelt in the pulpit area. My reflection in a cracked window was jagged, broken, like the town itself. I imagined the sermons once delivered here, voices calling to the faithful, children hiding under pews, and families leaving with heavy hearts. And then I imagined what could have driven them away. Disappearances, accidents in the mines, or something more deliberate, something that lingered in the corners of memory long after the bodies were gone. I wandered back outside as twilight deepened. Shadows pooled in the alleys, black and viscous. The wind had died down, leaving an unnatural stillness. Even my footsteps sounded loud now, too loud, cutting through the silence like a blade. I passed the old schoolhouse, windows shattered, walls streaked with rainwater. Inside, chalkboards still held faint remnants of lessons, mathematics, spelling, handwriting. But the room was empty, eerily quiet. I imagined the laughter of children, then felt the sudden absence of it, like a hollow inside me where something had been removed. A sudden creak drew my attention to the second floor. A door swayed gently, though no wind could reach it. My pulse quickened and I stepped closer, almost involuntarily. I could see the faint outline of a room, a desk overturned, papers spilling like confetti frozen in time. On the wall, a drawing in crude crayon, stick figures, a house, a dark cloud above it, and beneath it scribbled words, "They are watching." I swallowed hard. My flashlight flickered. I shook it. Nothing. But for a moment I could have sworn the figures moved. The stick children in the drawing shifted, arms stretching upward, reaching toward the ceiling, toward me. I backed away slowly, trying to calm my breathing, telling myself I was seeing things, that I was alone. I made my way back to the car as darkness settled fully over Ember Hollow. The shadows swallowed the streets, and even my headlights seemed feeble against the town's emptiness. I sat inside, doors locked, heart hammering, and realized the silence was no longer just the absence of sound. It was presence, expectant, watching, waiting. I glanced in the rearview mirror. Nothing at first. Then the reflection of a window caught my eye. A movement, or maybe just my imagination. My hands shook as I started the engine. I needed to leave, yet part of me was tethered to the town, drawn deeper into its story. I hadn't seen everyone, hadn't explored every street, every building. And somewhere in that darkness, something waited, something patient. As I drove away, I took one last look in the rearview mirror. The silhouette of Ember Hollow receded, but the feeling didn't leave me. The streets, the mine, the schoolhouse, they were stitched into my memory, calling me back, whispering fragments of stories I didn't yet understand. I could feel their eyes in the dark, the hollowed-out spaces where life once existed, and I knew this was only the beginning. And somewhere deep in the shadows of the town, a whisper rose again, barely audible over the engine. "We remember." I didn't answer, I couldn't, but I knew somehow that Ember Hollow wasn't finished with me. The mine's mouth yawned before me, a black slit in the side of the hill, swallowing the last light of day. I hesitated, hand gripping the rusted railing that ran along the crumbling stairs. A hollow wind sighed from within, carrying the faint tang of wet earth and something older, something that had lingered long after the miners themselves vanished. I swallowed, feeling the air thicken around me, pressing against my lungs. My flashlight flicked on, a weak yellow cone cutting through the darkness. The first few steps echoed against the walls, hollow, metallic, like the place was breathing beneath the weight of years. Wooden beams leaned at odd angles, creaking under the pressure of gravity. Or perhaps under the pressure of unseen eyes. I stepped carefully, every footfall a sharp punctuation in the oppressive silence. The tunnel stretched forward, winding like a vein through the hill. Piles of coal lay scattered, black as ink, dust rising in faint clouds as I disturbed them. Rusted carts leaned against the walls, abandoned mid-journey, tracks trailing off into shadows I couldn't reach. I imagined the men who had moved these carts, their voices echoing through the shafts, whistles piercing the dark. Then the thought struck, where had they all gone? Decades had passed, yet nothing explained their sudden absence. I crouched near the wall and ran my fingers over a smear of something dark, sticky, and old. It had the sharp tang of iron, the smell of rust and blood mixed in ways my mind didn't want to process. My stomach twisted. I reminded myself it could be nothing more than leftover ore, water-stained and oxidized. But my pulse thrummed against my temples as I realized the smear was smeared deliberately, not random. Someone, or something, had left it here. The tunnel bent sharply and I hesitated at the corner. The beam of my flashlight landed on an old helmet, half buried under debris. Its leather straps were brittle, edges frayed. Next to it lay a pickaxe, handle splintered. The weight of it all pressed on me. The abandoned tools, the silence, the knowledge that men had disappeared here without a trace. I reached for the helmet, brushing off dust, and as I did, a faint scratching came from deeper in the shaft. I froze. The sound was subtle, almost polite, like nails on wood or stone. It moved rhythmically, sometimes faster, sometimes slower, as if packing. My heart thudded and I reminded myself I was alone. Mines creak, rocks shift, rodents scuttle. But something about this sound wasn't natural. It had intent. It waited. It measured me. I pushed forward, flashlight shaking slightly in my grip. The walls closed in, damp and cold, the air thick with moisture and the iron tang of the earth. I passed more carts, old lanterns, and skeletal remains of support beams. Every step felt like a trespass into someone else's memory, someone else's pain. Then I saw it, names scratched into the timber. Hundreds of them, some faded nearly to nothing. J. Havorson, R. McBride. Names of miners, each a story frozen in time, each a ghost I couldn't see but felt pressing from the darkness. I lingered on a set of initials carved into the wall, tracing them with my fingers. The wood felt unnaturally smooth in spots, like it had been touched recently, though impossible. A shiver ran down my spine. The silence shifted around me, a subtle vibration as if the mine itself had noticed me. The scratching returned, louder now, closer, but still unseen. I rounded a corner and stumbled into the main shaft, wider and taller than the tunnels I had passed. The ceiling rose above me in jagged peaks, shadows pooling like liquid. Old tracks ran into the black, fading beyond the reach of my light. A sudden gust of air carried a whisper or perhaps a sigh. I couldn't tell. It moved with the breeze but seemed to originate from the darkness itself. Go back, my breath caught. I spun, searching for the source. Nothing. Just the endless shadows, stretching and swallowing. I tried to steady myself, focusing on the floor. Rusted buckets lay scattered, one tipped over, spilling black dust like ashes. I noticed footprints, small, careful, almost deliberate, leading deeper into the mine. My flashlight beam darted across them, heart hammering. Human, animal, I couldn't tell, but they hadn't been left by time. They were recent enough that my gut told me they were more than echoes. The air grew colder, the smell of damp earth giving way to something sweeter, almost metallic. My skin prickled. I realized I could hear my own heartbeat now, thudding in sync with the mine itself, or perhaps in contrast to it. I took a careful step forward and the beam of light fell on a collapsed ladder, the wood jagged, splintered. Something had fallen or been thrown long ago, and yet the angle suggested intent. I leaned closer, examining the collapse. There were scratch marks along the beams, jagged and frantic, like someone had clawed their way up or down. The more I looked, the more I imagined the miners, trapped, desperate, shadows moving above and around them, unseen hands guiding their final moments. My pulse quickened, a mix of fear and morbid curiosity. Further in, I noticed faint shapes on the walls, streaks in the rock, darker than the surrounding stone. At first, I thought they were stains from water, old and neglected. But as I focused, I realized they were more than that, impressions of bodies pressed against the walls. Shoulders, hands, outlines of men who had vanished. Or perhaps something else had left them there. The thought made my stomach lurch, but I pressed on, flashlight flicking nervously as the beam cut across the eerie markings. The tunnel opened into a cavernous room. Stalactites dripped slowly, echoing like soft drumbeats against the stone. Old mining carts littered the floor, some overturned. In the far corner, I noticed something that froze me completely, a collection of helmets stacked haphazardly, each with a miner's initials scrawled on it. Dust covered them, but they were too neat, too deliberate. I knelt beside them, running my fingers across the letters. The names matched those on the walls. Names of men who had disappeared decades ago. I swallowed hard, feeling the oppressive weight of history and something else, watching. I heard it then, the faintest of creaks like a footstep above me. I froze, straining to hear. Another creak, deliberate this time, followed by silence. My chest tightened. No wind, no movement I could see, just the impression that someone or something was there, observing, calculating. I moved cautiously toward a narrow shaft leading deeper. The air grew colder with every step, and the beam of my flashlight trembled. I noticed handprints smeared into the dust along the walls, small, desperate, guiding a path downward. Whoever left them had not left by choice. I traced them lightly with my fingers, feeling a chill that traveled up my arm like water running over ice. Suddenly, a distant rumble echoed through the mine, low and resonant. Not rock, not wind, it was something else, vibrating through the floor and walls. My stomach twisted. The sound faded slowly, replaced by an almost imperceptible whispering, too soft to understand, yet insistent. I felt my courage waver, but curiosity pressed me forward, deeper into the shadows. The shaft narrowed. Water dripped from the ceiling, pooling at my boots, cold and muddy. Shadows shifted unnaturally in my light, and I felt them, pressures, subtle, brushing against my mind, urging me to turn back. I resisted, telling myself I needed to see the end, to understand why these miners had vanished. Then I saw a door, old and metal, half buried in rubble. Scratches lined the edges deep, as if someone had fought to get inside or out. A faint glow pulsed from beneath it, weak but unmistakable. My hand trembled as I reached for the handle. The instant my fingers brushed the cold metal, a whisper curled around my ear. "They're still here." I froze. The words were human, yet distorted, layered with something else, something not quite alive. My breath hitched, my pulse screaming. I wanted to run, but my legs betrayed me, rooted in fear and fascination. I knew that behind this door lay more than darkness. I knew that opening it would answer some questions, but spawn others far darker, far more unsettling. I stepped back, heart pounding, flashlight sweeping the walls. The shadows seemed to pulse, stretching toward me, waiting. The helmets, the handprints, the whispered words, they were all signs, fragments of a story that refused to stay buried. And deep inside, I knew this was only the beginning. I backed slowly, forcing myself to memorize every detail, every line scratched into the walls, every subtle movement in the corner of my vision. The mine was alive, not with the men who had disappeared, but with their memory, their despair, their anger perhaps. I turned, stepping back toward the tunnel's entrance, knowing I would return. I had to. There were pieces of the story still hidden, waiting for someone to see, to feel, to remember. And as I emerged into the cold night air, the mine behind me seemed to sigh, almost like relief or satisfaction. I couldn't tell, but I knew it was watching, patient and ready. I found it buried beneath a pile of rubble, wedged between the remnants of a collapsed wall and a toppled mining cart. The diary was small, leather-bound, edges frayed, pages yellowed and curling as if they had absorbed the years like a sponge. Dust coated everything, but when I picked it up, a cloud rose, the particles catching in the weak beam of my flashlight. I hesitated. Something about it felt alive. Not dangerous, at least not yet, but aware. I brushed off the dust, opening the cover with fingers that trembled despite my attempts to steady them. The handwriting was cramped, tight, almost obsessive. Each line seemed pressed into the paper with a deliberate force, as if the writer needed to etch the memory into the page before it vanished forever. The first entry was dated 70 years ago. July 14th, it began. The mine is restless tonight. Even the walls seem to shift. I hear footsteps where none should be. The men are uneasy. I think they feel it too. A presence, watching, waiting. I can't explain it, but I know it is here. I shivered. I had heard the footsteps myself, faint and rhythmic, like the mine had been breathing in time with some hidden pulse. The diary confirmed what I had sensed, and yet it revealed more, a depth of fear that had lasted long after the miners disappeared. I turned the page. More entries, each recounting nights filled with noises, shadows that moved against the beam of lantern light, tools disappearing or reappearing in impossible places. One passage made me stop. July 18th. They are whispering now. Names, numbers, fragments of sentences I cannot piece together. I try to ignore it, but the voices grow stronger. Even in my sleep, I dream of them. The men I've known for years, standing silently, staring, mouths moving, but no words escaping. I do not understand. Perhaps no one ever will. I ran a finger down the line, the words smudged with time, and I felt a sudden closeness, as though the writer had left the diary for me, left me to understand something I wasn't yet ready for. The mind behind me seemed to press closer, walls narrowing subtly, dust motes swirling in shapes that my mind tried, and failed, to categorize. Another entry caught my attention. This one was written in a frantic hand, ink smudged as if the writer had been shaking uncontrollably. July 22nd. Something moved in the shafts today. I saw it in the corner of my eye, a shadow not my own. It wasn't one of the men, it didn't breathe like us. I cannot stop thinking about it. The others laugh at me, call me foolish, but I know what I saw. It waits for me, I think. It knows my name, I can feel it when I sleep. It is patient but relentless. I do not trust the mine anymore. The air itself is alive with it. I paused, flashlight trembling in my hand. The air in the tunnel was thick and musty, clinging to my lungs, yet it felt alive, pressing against my skin in ways I could not explain. I swallowed hard and continued reading. The diary's entries became increasingly erratic. Sentences ran together, punctuation abandoned altogether. One passage was little more than a string of words, half-thoughts. July 24th. Footsteps, whispers, shadows, can't breathe, don't look, looking, don't. The page ended abruptly, the ink smudged as if the writer's hand had stopped mid-motion. I traced the marks with my fingers, feeling a shiver crawl up my spine. The fear in these words was raw, tangible. I could almost hear the whispers the writer had described, low and curling around my mind, teasing shapes and syllables just out of reach. I paused, listening. The mind was quiet, or so I thought, until I realized the silence had its own texture. A faint, rhythmic creak, like old timber shifting under weight, echoed from somewhere deeper, almost in sync with the scratching sounds I had heard before. I had to remind myself. These were just remnants, echoes of the past. The diary told me so. The miners were gone. Everything here belonged to history. And yet I felt eyes on me. A pressure at the back of my mind, not visible, not audible, but present in every nerve ending. The diary had described it. I had ignored it until now, or perhaps had only half believed. But now, in the dim beam of my flashlight, I could feel the mind's gaze settle on me like a living thing. Turning the page, I found something more concrete, an account of the last known day the writer had been with the other miners. July 28th. We heard the shouting today, not from the surface, from below, deep in the shafts, a cacophony of voices, not ours, not human, but familiar. The men refused to go down at first. I went alone, of course, I had to see. The walls themselves seemed to move as I descended, tools rattled as though struck by unseen hands. Shadows lengthened unnaturally, and I saw shapes, hunched, crawling, just at the edge of vision. I cannot describe them properly, and yet I know them. They belong here with us, but not quite. I pressed my lips together, the flashlight light jittering as I imagined those shapes. Crawling shadows, familiar yet alien, haunting the mind long after the men were gone. I tried to picture it and failed. The mind cannot hold what it refuses to acknowledge. The diary's words carried a gravity that pulled me forward, deeper into my own fear. Another passage. July 30th. I can no longer write in plain words. They watch, they know. Sometimes I hear my own name whispered, and when I turn, nothing is there. I am not alone. I will not be. I leave this note in the hopes that someone finds it, that someone understands what we cannot explain. The mind remembers, the mind waits, and we are its memory. I exhaled slowly, gripping the diary tighter. The air around me seemed to thicken, pressing into the corners of my lungs. The mind itself was breathing, subtle but undeniable. The entries were a breadcrumb trail, a warning, and a puzzle. Every sentence raised questions I had no answers for, yet I could not stop reading. I reached the last few pages. They were blank, save for one final, desperate note. August 1st. I fear tonight will be the last I see sunlight. The mind shifts. It moves around me. I hear their footsteps not from above or below, but all around. The walls whisper, the air hums. I do not know if I will leave this place. If someone finds this diary, beware. The darkness remembers. The missing are here, and it waits for those who listen too closely. A cold shiver ran through me. The diary had become a map of dread, each page a thread pulling me deeper into the mind's silent story. I closed it slowly, brushing the dust from the cover, feeling the weight of the past press against my shoulders. Outside, the tunnel loomed dark and silent. I realized that in finding this diary, I had also awakened something, or at least brought myself closer to something that had never truly slept. I lingered for a moment, listening to the mind. The scratching sounds had returned, subtle but insistent. Footsteps, perhaps, or something else moving just beyond the reach of the flashlight. I told myself I would leave, that I had enough to understand the history, the fear. But part of me, a stubborn, reckless part, wanted to follow the path the diary traced, deeper into the shadows, into the heart of what had claimed the miners. I pocketed the diary carefully, feeling the leather against my palm. It seemed heavier than it should, as if the weight of the missing men clung to it, pressing memories and warnings into my grasp. Every sense was alert, every shadow a question I could not answer. The mind had revealed its secrets in fragments, and in doing so, had bound me to its story. I backed toward the entrance, flashlight sweeping the walls, catching glimpses of shapes just beyond comprehension. The helmets, the handprints, the scribbled words, they were all here, waiting. And somewhere deeper, something that had observed the miners, the diary writer, and now me, continued to watch. I knew I would return. The diary demanded it. Curiosity, fear, the pull of unfinished stories, it was irresistible. The mind had given me a voice, and with it, a question. Who would listen, and who would survive long enough to understand what it remembered? As I stepped into the cold night air, clutching the diary, I realized the mind was no longer just a place. It was a presence, patient and waiting, hiding its truth in whispers and shadows. And I could feel it, the lingering gaze not behind me but within me, following each heartbeat, reminding me that the missing were never truly gone, and that some stories never end, only shift into the next listener's mind. Night came fast in Ember Hollow, a dark curtain pulling over the streets while the sun left behind only a pale smear along the horizon. The town was no longer empty, or at least it didn't feel empty. The shadows shifted differently now, stretching across broken doorways and empty windows with a sense of intent. The diary thumped against my chest as I walked, leather warm from my grip, like it knew what I was about to see. The main street was unrecognizable in darkness. Rusted signs hung like jaws over sidewalks, swinging slightly though the air was still. The wind had dropped, and with it came an eerie silence that pressed into my ears. I could hear my own breathing, uneven, shallow, as though the town had claimed my rhythm for its own. I stepped over a toppled bench and froze. There in the corner of a cracked window, a flicker of movement, just movement, no form, no color, yet it was enough to make my stomach lurch. I shook my head, forcing myself to keep moving. The diary's last entry had warned me. The mind shifts, it moves around me, the missing are here. I hadn't fully understood what it meant until now. The town itself felt alive, watching me, pressing on my mind with its quiet weight. Each doorway, each window, each crooked porch seemed to lean toward me, curious or hungry. I passed the old general store, glass shattered, shelves collapsed. Something scuttled inside, Or at least the sound did, tiny, rapid, almost like claws on wood. I held my breath. My flashlight beam quivered across the wreckage, catching a row of bottles still lined up along a shelf, dusty but standing, perfectly arranged. Whoever or whatever had been here had touched these things recently. I knew it. At the corner of the street, the church loomed, taller, darker than it had in the daylight. The bell frame was empty, but I imagined the hollow space ringing, a low, groaning note that carried through the night. I stepped onto the cracked steps. The door, once ajar, now sat fully closed. I hesitated. A pull ran through me, subtle but insistent, like someone, something, wanted me inside. Inside, the air was cooler, heavier, carrying the smell of rot and old wood. Broken pews lay scattered, their shadows stretching in long, claw-like fingers across the floor. I swept the flashlight across the room, catching the shards of stained glass glinting faintly, casting red and green smears that moved with the flicker of my light. Something shifted in one of those smears. I blinked, and it was gone. But the feeling remained, watchful, patient. I moved deeper, flashlight shaking slightly. My own footsteps sounded alien in this silence, bouncing off the walls and ceiling, echoing too long, too deliberate. At the pulpit, I noticed faint writing etched into the wood, almost invisible under years of dust. Names, dates, initials. Some matched the miner's, some the diary writer, and some I didn't recognize. Small, hurried, urgent, like someone had been desperate to leave a mark before disappearing. A cold breeze swept through the church, though no door or window moved. My breath fogged in the light, and I shivered. The diary pulsed lightly in my pocket, almost as if it had a heartbeat of its own. I pulled it out and flipped to the last entry, reading the words aloud softly, hoping that speaking them might ground me, or at least make the fear tangible. The darkness remembers. The missing are here, and it waits for those who listen too closely. I swallowed hard. I had listened, and now I realized I was here, in the thick of it. I stepped out into the street again. The night had deepened, a black velvet pressing against the horizon. Shadows pooled in alleys and doorways, moving subtly, not with the wind, but with awareness. I felt them tracking me, gliding just out of the beam of my flashlight. I walked faster, each step echoing, but the feeling didn't lessen. The town's gaze followed me, patient, relentless. I passed the old schoolhouse. The windows were shattered and the interior was a black hole, but I could see movement, or thought I did, flickering against the walls, shadows curling, stretching, retreating. I stopped, heart hammering, and leaned close. A whisper tickled my ear, almost lost in the rustle of dust. "He came back," I froze. The words weren't mine, not spoken aloud, yet they carried the weight of knowledge. Someone or something knew I had returned. I moved on toward the center of town. The general store again, the saloon, the post office. Everywhere subtle signs of presence. A chair slightly turned, a bottle tipped over, footprints in the dust, some small, some large, none matching mine. The diary had warned me, the town remembers, and now I understood. It wasn't just a memory of the missing. It was alive, aware, collecting, observing. The wind shifted slightly, carrying sound. Faint, distant. I followed it instinctively. It led me to the mine entrance. The shadows inside were deeper than ever, curling like smoke. The air smelled of earth and something darker, metallic, almost like blood. The mine's mouth seemed to pulse with anticipation, waiting for me. I gripped the diary, knowing its words would guide me, even if they didn't fully explain what lay within. I stepped inside the mine again, careful, quiet. The flashlight beam quivered over the rusted supports and abandoned carts. Everything was familiar yet different, heavier, pressing closer. Footsteps I didn't make echoed faintly behind me, then stopped. A scraping sound came from above, then behind. I spun, flashlight cutting arcs through the darkness, but saw nothing. Just walls, just dust, just shadows. The diary slipped from my hand and hit the ground. I bent to pick it up, and that's when I saw them. Faint impressions in the dust, like bodies pressed flat into the floor, too human to ignore, and yet moving slightly, subtly, as if breathing. I froze, fingers brushing the diary, eyes wide. My mind wanted to rationalize it, settling dust, the wind, imagination. But I knew better. These were remnants of presence, echoes of the missing, reminders that the diary had not lied. I held the diary to my chest and continued deeper. The tunnel narrowed, walls slick with moisture, faint whispers brushing at the edges of hearing. Shapes moved just beyond vision, subtle, patient. I remembered the diary's warning. The darkness remembers. I realized I could feel it now. Not behind me, not ahead of me, but all around, pressing into the periphery of perception, shaping reality in ways I could not fully understand. I reached the spot where the ceiling collapsed weeks ago, or was it decades? The rubble seemed fresh, rearranged. Footprints led up to it and disappeared. My flashlight shook in my hand, dust fell from above, and then I heard it clearly for the first time, breathing. Not my own, not human, yet measured, slow, deliberate. A presence in the mind, watching, aware, patient. I stepped back, breath ragged. The diary vibrated lightly in my hands. I realized it wasn't just a record of the past. It was a key, a connection, a conduit. It carried memory, fear, presence. And now in my hands it carried mine. I could feel it pulling, whispering, suggesting paths I was not ready to follow. The moon broke through clouds, faint silver spilling across the town. Ember Hollow glimmered faintly, shadows twisting in unnatural ways, windows reflecting shapes that should not exist. I could see the town alive now, more than the buildings and streets. Alive with memory, with absence, with awareness, waiting. And I understood then that I was not simply a visitor. I was now a part of its story, another thread woven into its quiet, eternal dread. I stepped outside, gasping for air. The night felt heavier, thicker, as if it had seeped into my bones. The diary thumped against my chest, and I knew, I could feel it, that the town had not finished with me. That whatever lingered, whatever had watched, waited, and whispered through the pages would follow. Ember Hollow had claimed attention, curiosity, fear, and once claimed, it did not release easily. I looked back one last time across the broken streets, the leaning porches, the collapsed signs. The shadows pooled, the windows reflected impossible shapes, and for the briefest moment I swore I saw movement, figures not fully formed but aware. Watching, remembering, waiting. The diary's words echoed in my mind. The missing are here, and it waits for those who listen too closely. I tucked the diary into my coat, a weight both comforting and suffocating. I walked away slowly, careful not to look back too often, aware that every shadow, every shift in the darkness could be a fragment of those who had vanished. Ember Hollow did not just hold memories, it held presence. It held them, and now, in part, it held me. And somewhere in the depth of the town, from the mine or the shadows beyond, I felt a gaze follow me, a patient, waiting gaze. The diary whispered faintly against my heart, and I realized that the town, the mine, the missing, they were not done. Not yet. And neither, it seemed, was I. The neon sign flickered once, then died, leaving only the faint outline of letters glowing against the night sky. Route 89 stretched ahead, empty, endless, and the road felt older than I remembered roads ever being. I had driven for hours, the hum of the tires on asphalt hypnotic, when I saw the motel. A faded blue roof, peeling paint, and windows dark like hollow eyes. I should have passed it. Part of me screamed to keep driving, but exhaustion has a funny way of swallowing reason. I pulled into the gravel lot, tires crunching over small stones that hadn't been disturbed in decades. The air smelled of dust, gasoline, and something older, something that lingered like a memory. I stepped out and felt it immediately. The place was waiting. Not waiting for me exactly, but waiting, patient, aware. Each creak of the motel sign swinging in the wind felt like a footstep echoing in an empty hall. The lobby door was unlocked. That should have unsettled me, but it didn't. It felt natural, as if the motel had expected me. Inside, everything was frozen. Dust coated the reception desk, the registration forms still stacked neatly. Pens lay uncapped, ink dried. A bell sat on the counter, silver dulled with age. I rang it. The sound echoed once, twice, and then died, leaving only the low hum of silence. The walls were wallpapered in faded patterns, curling at the edges like pages in a forgotten book. The carpet had dark stains, dark enough to look almost wet, though nothing moved when I stepped carefully around them. A stale smell clung to the air, cigarette smoke, old perfume, something sweet and sour I couldn't identify. I tried to listen for anything: footsteps, voices, a sign of life. Nothing except the faint buzz of the broken neon outside. I checked the register. Names from years ago, some scribbled hastily, some written in careful, deliberate handwriting. A few entries were dated decades back, none recent. Yet the place didn't feel abandoned. It felt paused, frozen in time, holding its breath. The kind of place that could swallow a person whole without anyone outside ever noticing. The door to room 12 stood slightly ajar. I hesitated, flashlight in hand, gripping the keys I found on the counter. I pushed it open. Inside, the room smelled of dust and mildew, and the bedspread was yellowed, stiff. A thin layer of dust covered every surface. The television set leaned against the wall like it had been left mid-motion. Knobs twisted, screen cracked. A suitcase lay open on the floor, empty, as if someone had just vanished. I set my bag down and moved slowly, tracing my fingers across surfaces that hadn't been touched in years. The dresser drawers were empty, but one creaked as I opened it, and for a moment I thought I heard breathing. My heart jumped. I told myself it was just air moving through the broken vents. The sound didn't repeat, and I forced myself to breathe again, slowly, deliberately, feeling the tension creep down my spine. I walked to the window. Outside, the parking lot was empty, the road stretching like a black ribbon into the night. A lone tree cast a skeletal shadow over the lot, branches twitching as the wind whispered through them. And then I noticed it, faint footprints in the dust outside the window. Not mine. Small, deliberate, leading to the far edge of the lot, then disappearing. I stepped back, heart hammering, eyes scanning. Nothing. Just the motel, empty and waiting. I turned back to the room and caught movement in the mirror. Just a flicker, a shadow that didn't belong to me. I exhaled, telling myself it was the reflection of my own flashlight. But the feeling remained. The room was watching. Patient, quiet, but aware of my presence. I tried to sit on the bed to ground myself, but the mattress sagged under a weight that wasn't mine, as if someone or something had just left it. The bathroom door creaked open slightly. I hadn't touched it. A chill rose from the tile floor. I approached carefully. Inside, the mirror was fogged, though the air was dry. Tiny droplets seemed to form words, then vanish before I could read them. My reflection stared back, eyes wide, flashlight trembling in my hand. I blinked and the droplets were gone. A faint whisper brushed against my ear. "You shouldn't be here," I spun, but the room was empty. Only the hum of the neon outside answered. I returned to the bed, notebook in hand, trying to write what I felt. Words seemed inadequate. The motel wasn't just old. It was alive with memory. Every surface, every shadow, every slight movement was a fragment of what had been left behind. The air itself seemed to carry fragments of conversations, laughter, arguments. I could almost hear them if I focused. Faint voices from decades ago, carried in the dust. I walked to the corner near the closet. A coat hung there, dark and stiff. I hadn't noticed it before. I reached out. The fabric was cold, heavier than it should be, almost as if it held shape against the years. A faint creak sounded behind me, floorboards maybe, or something else. I froze. My mind raced through possibilities, rats, wind, old plumbing. But deep down, I knew none of these explanations fit. The motel was patient, watching, remembering. The diary I found in my bag earlier seemed to pulse lightly as I opened it, the leather warm under my fingers. I flipped through the pages, each one recounting strange stops like this, abandoned motels, lonely roads. The entries spoke of a presence, quiet, subtle, waiting for travelers who had too much curiosity. I realized then that the diary wasn't just a record, it was a warning. And yet part of me couldn't stop reading, couldn't stop listening to the subtle rhythm of the motel, the low creak of floorboards, the whisper of air through broken vents. I moved to the bed again, sitting down carefully. The shadows around the room seemed to shift in response, stretching, curling, pooling near the corners. I thought I saw a face in one of them, faint, pressed against the wall, eyes blinking slowly, watching me. I blinked and it vanished. My pulse thudded in my ears, heavy, loud. I reminded myself to breathe slowly, deliberately, but the tension didn't leave. The motel seemed to inhale with me, hold its breath as I exhaled. A clock on the wall, frozen at 3:17, ticked faintly. Or was it my imagination? The second hand moved slightly, then stopped again. Time here didn't seem to follow rules. Rooms shifted subtly while I wasn't looking. Shadows moved against the floor in ways that defied the single light source of my flashlight. The sense of being observed was complete, inescapable. I realized I wasn't just a guest. I was part of the motel now. Another presence layered into its memory, another fragment of the silence. The wind outside whispered again, brushing against the edges of the room, carrying faint sounds, footsteps, distant laughter, something scraping across wood. I gripped the diary tighter. The entries described this, small, nearly imperceptible cues that drew travelers in, that made them aware of something just out of reach. I had felt it myself since stepping into the parking lot. And now, in the room, I understood. The motel wasn't empty. It had never been empty. I leaned against the wall, flashlight illuminating the room in wavering arcs. Dust rose in tiny spirals, catching light, forming almost figures, almost shapes, teasing recognition in the corner of my vision. The room seemed to breathe, pulse, live with the echoes of years long gone. And somewhere deep, hidden behind walls and paint and memory, the motel waited for me to understand its history and my place within it. I finally lay down on the bed, stiff and reluctant, eyes wide in the dim light. The diary rested against my chest, leather warm, almost alive. I could hear whispers again, low and urgent, fragmentary but unmistakable. "You belong, you are part," I shivered, pulling the covers tighter, heart racing. The motel had revealed only a fraction of its presence. I knew it would continue, patient, waiting through the night, watching, recording. Sleep came slowly, a shallow drift between consciousness and awareness. I dreamed of long hallways, endless rooms, doors opening into dark spaces with faint footprints leading inside. And I felt the weight of the motel's attention, patient, endless. When morning would come, if it came, I would step outside, see the sun on Route 89, and wonder what part of the night had been real, what part had been memory, and what part was the motel itself. Alive, waiting, never finished. I woke to the sound of something dragging across the floor. At first, I thought it was the wind slipping through the cracks, or maybe the old heater kicking in after hours of silence. But the rhythm was deliberate, slow, measured. I sat up in the bed, heart hammering. The diary from last night still clutched against my chest. The room was dark, the only light a faint orange glow from the broken neon sign outside, filtering through the grime on the window. My eyes adjusted, and that's when I saw it. On the floor near the dresser lay a small metal box. I hadn't noticed it when I went asleep. Dust covered its edges, but the scuff marks suggested it had been dragged here recently. I knelt, hesitant, flashlight trembling in my hand. The latch was rusty, but it opened easily, like it had been waiting for me. Inside were items I could barely process. A tarnished pocket watch, a faded photograph of a man with cold eyes, a set of keys with jagged teeth. I picked up the photograph. The man stared at me as if he could see through the years. Through the motel walls, through me. A memory surfaced suddenly, a news clipping I had read on a long, sleepless night years ago. A robbery, a murder unsolved. The faces matched. My fingers shook. I turned the pocket watch over in my hand. The hands were frozen at 11:07, exactly the time the report had listed as the moment the crime occurred. I backed away from the dresser and scanned the room. Nothing else had moved, yet the air felt heavier, pressing into my lungs. The wind outside had picked up slightly, rattling the window pane, carrying faint, unintelligible whispers. I told myself it was imagination, that I was tired, that the motel itself wanted me to see these things. But deep down, I knew it wasn't imagination. The items hadn't been there when I went asleep, and they were not random. They were messages. Echoes of a time long past, reminders of violence and fear. I dropped the photograph back in the box and noticed something else. A scrap of paper, folded, tucked beneath the keys. My hand shook as I unfolded it. The handwriting was cramped, hurried, almost desperate. "Do not ignore the signs. They follow. They always follow. Room 6 sees everything." The words made the hair on my arms rise. I had booked room 6 because it was the only one available, and now I realized the number was no coincidence. It was a marker, a warning, or perhaps both. I sat back on the bed, trying to steady my breathing. The room felt alive. Shadows stretched along the walls, moving subtly, curling toward corners as if they were aware of my gaze. The carpet beneath my feet seemed to pulse faintly, a heartbeat I could feel if I listened closely. I remembered the diary from last night, its warning about motels like this, about rooms that remembered, that collected presence that responded. I had dismissed it as superstition. Now I understood. Room 6 remembered. Room 6 had seen. I moved cautiously toward the bathroom, half expecting to see something or someone waiting. The mirror reflected only me, pale and wide-eyed, flashlight beam trembling in my hand. I turned slowly, and that's when I noticed the new additions to the room. Faint stains on the sheets not there before, a shoe print on the carpet too small to be mine, a faint handprint on the window pane pressed from outside. I swallowed hard. The motel had brought pieces of history here. It had arranged them, displayed them for me to see, and perhaps it had chosen me as witness. I tried to sleep again, but the bed felt wrong, heavy, as if the mattress had absorbed the weight of past tragedies. Each creak of the floorboards echoed through the room. I could hear the faint rustle of the curtains, though the wind had dropped again. I told myself to breathe, to calm down, but every sense was alert, tuned to the minutiae of the room. The box on the floor pulsed faintly, almost as if it had a heartbeat of its own. Hours, or what felt like hours, passed. I dozed lightly, and in dreams the room changed. Shadows stretched into forms, faint silhouettes moving along the walls. I heard distant voices, soft but urgent, arguing, crying, warning. I woke suddenly, heart racing, and the room was the same as when I had gone to sleep, but different. The items had shifted. The photograph now leaned against the lamp, facing me. The watch rested on the edge of the dresser, hands still frozen at 11:07. And a new item had appeared. A small, tarnished knife, its blade dull but unmistakably real. I stared at it, stomach twisting. Violence, death, and memory all assembled here for me to witness. I realized then that the room was not just observing, it was teaching. Each object a lesson, each placement deliberate, each shadow a reminder. The motel did not merely hold history, it curated it. I could feel the weight of countless presences pressing from the corners, from the ceiling, from the air itself. They were watching, waiting, judging. I picked up the knife cautiously, nodding the etchings along the handle. Initials, a date, faint words scratched into the metal. They matched the names in the photograph, names I recognized from old reports, names of those who had vanished, those who had died violently. I shivered, placing the knife back carefully, not wanting to provoke whatever had arranged these objects. The room, I realized, was a repository of trauma, and it had chosen me to witness it. A soft noise drew my attention, a faint tapping from the wall behind the dresser. I froze, listening. Tap, 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 rhythmic, deliberate. I moved closer, hand hovering over the diary in my lap. The sound stopped as suddenly as it had started. My pulse raced. Was it the building settling, my imagination? Or had the room spoken directly, using walls and objects to communicate? I had no answer, only the deepening sense that room 6 had life beyond what I could comprehend. I returned to the bed, notebook in hand, trying to record what I saw, what I felt, what I understood. Words failed me. The room seemed to pulse beneath my fingers, shadows curling around the edges of the page as I wrote. Every scribble, every sentence felt like an intrusion, like I was imposing my presence on something older, wiser, and patient. I could feel it watching my hands, measuring my breath, counting my heartbeats. The night grew heavier. The shadows lengthened, pressed against the walls, gathered in corners. The objects on the dresser seemed to vibrate faintly in place, a resonance that touched my chest and made my teeth ache. I realized I wasn't just observing history, I was participating in it. My presence had awakened something dormant, and now the room expected me to witness fully, to see everything, to understand what had been left behind. Near dawn, I finally felt the room relax, if only slightly. The shadows receded just enough to make breathing easier. The box, the knife, the photograph, all remained where I had last left them, but I knew deep down that this calm was temporary. The motel was patient. It remembered every guest, every action, every fear. Room 6 would wait, collect, observe again the next night. And I would return, drawn by curiosity, by compulsion, by the irresistible pull of the past pressing into the present. I lay back, eyes on the ceiling, counting shadows and listening to the silence between creaks. I realized the diary had been right. The motel remembers, the rooms remember, and room 6 sees everything. I understood finally that I would carry this room with me, its memory and its weight, even when I left. Sleep came again, shallow and wary. I dreamed of small, deliberate movements, a hand reaching for a doorknob, a footstep in the hallway, whispers barely audible, fragmented, warning, insisting, calling. I woke before dawn, heart hammering, flashlight in hand, eyes scanning the corners. Everything was still. Everything waited. And I knew, because the room had taught me, that nothing here was ever truly still. Room 6 had claimed me in ways I could not yet understand. Its objects, its shadows, its history, they were mine now to witness. And I felt the weight of the past pressing forward, a subtle, inexorable force that would follow me long after I left this lonely stop on Route 89. The motel was patient. Room 6 was patient. And I was learning to be patient too. The first sound hit me just after midnight. At first, I thought it was the wind slipping through the gaps in the windows, a familiar rattle that old buildings carry like a memory of every storm. But it wasn't wind. It was words, soft, almost imperceptible, brushing against my ears, coming from the walls themselves. I froze in the bed, the covers twisted in my hands. I tried to convince myself it was a dream, that I had imagined the whispers, but the room smelled different now, sharp and dusty, like old paper and faint rust. The whispers were fragmented at first, snatches of sentences, a confession, a question, a name repeated. He didn't come back, we waited. They vanished, not far, my pulse hammered. I strained my ears, trying to locate the source. The plaster on the walls seemed to throb in time with my heartbeat, tiny cracks expanding imperceptibly, as if the walls themselves were breathing. I wanted to turn on the light, but a part of me resisted. The darkness felt like a lens, focusing me into the room, into the stories trapped inside these walls. I got up carefully, my bare feet pressing into the carpet, soft but uneven with age. Each step amplified the whispers, echoing them through the corners. I pressed my ear against the wall near the headboard. The words became clearer. We didn't leave, he shouldn't have. A chill ran down my spine. I didn't recognize the voice, but it was familiar somehow, as if I had heard it before in a fleeting memory I could not place. I stumbled back, shaking, trying to breathe normally, telling myself it was just an echo of the motel's long, quiet history. I remembered the box from room 6, the photograph, the watch. The knife. Were these walls like the room, curated, deliberate, keeping fragments of the past? My chest tightened as I paced slowly, flashlight off to avoid startling whatever this was. I pressed my palm to the wallpaper, thin and peeling in places, and it felt warm, subtly vibrating beneath my touch. Warmth in an abandoned room should not exist. My rational mind whispered explanations. Heater pipes, residual heat, expansion of the building's frame. But the whispers laughed at reason, curling around my thoughts, tugging at memories that weren't mine. I turned toward the corner of the room where the shadows pooled thickest. There was something there, I was certain, something watching me from behind the peeling paint, the warped wood, the tiny crevices. The whispers became a soft chorus, overlapping voices now, layering accusations, secrets, hints of travelers who had come before me. Names floated, most I did not recognize. Some I remembered from faded newspaper clippings I had read months ago. Travelers who vanished. Room 6 was their witness, their confessor. The motel had preserved them, recorded them in its walls, and now it wanted me to know. I sat back on the edge of the bed, trying to ground myself. The voices continued, softer now, like a lullaby whispered by hands unseen. Don't sleep, don't leave, he's still here. A knot formed in my stomach. I wanted to leave, to run, but the pull of curiosity anchored me. I had been drawn here by stories, by photographs and objects, by the lingering energy of past horrors. And now the motel was showing me its depths, its reach, its patient, persistent memory. Hours passed, or at least it felt like hours. I counted shadows and breaths. The voices whispered constantly, a tapestry of sound stitched from decades of fear and loss. I heard fragments of dialogue, someone crying for help, someone whispering instructions, someone cursing themselves. They spoke of mistakes, of regret, of vanishing, of eyes watching in the dark. Each sentence felt like a thread, pulling me deeper into a narrative I did not fully understand but could not ignore. At one point, I thought I saw movement within the walls themselves. A thin line of shadow slipping along a crack in the plaster, almost human in shape, almost alive. I froze, flashlight still off. My heart hammered. I told myself it was my imagination, that shadows bend in odd ways in low light. But then the whisper changed, now clear enough to draw my attention fully. He's here, he listens, he sees. The use of he sent a shiver down my spine. Someone or something was aware of me, aware of my presence in this room that was older than I could measure, and far older than I wanted to confront. I remembered the diary from the motel lobby, the entries of guests long gone, detailing small but unsettling changes in objects, unexplained phenomena and voices in the walls. I had brushed it off as paranoia, a tourist's fancy. Now pressed against these walls, I understood. It wasn't fantasy, it was a record, and now I was living it. Room 6 had kept these echoes safe, and the walls themselves carried the voices to me. The air was thick with their history, their panic, their unanswered questions. The whispers began to converge, overlapping and layering in a strange rhythm. I could hear pleas, arguments, regrets, confessions, all tangled together. Some names repeated. Some voices seemed to respond to one another. I realized with a sinking heart that these were not random. These were interactions, frozen in time, waiting for an observer to bring them to life. The room had chosen me as the witness. My presence gave them context, gave them purpose again. A sudden shift caught my attention, a small dent in the wall, barely visible, almost invisible in the dim light. I pressed my fingers into it, and the whispers spiked, urgent and frantic. I pulled back quickly, heart racing. A faint outline of words appeared, as if etched by invisible hands. He listens, room 6 never forgets. The realization hit me like a wave. The room didn't just hold objects or echoes, it knew. It remembered. And it recognized me as part of its long, ongoing story. Sleep became impossible. I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the chorus of voices. They seemed to respond to my breathing, pausing when I inhaled, whispering more urgently when I exhaled. I tried speaking aloud, asking questions into the dark. Who are you? What do you want? The responses were partial, fragmented. Hints of travelers who had arrived and never left, confessions of sins, mentions of doors that should never have been opened. Each response drew me deeper, made me question how much of this was real, and how much was my own mind unraveling under the weight of history. Time became fluid. Minutes or hours passed indistinguishably. The voices told me things in fits and starts. A man's last words before disappearing. A warning shouted into a night no one could hear. A traveler's regret for ignoring small signs. I wrote fragments in my notebook, though the words felt inadequate, unable to capture the weight of what I heard. The motel had become a living library, recording more than text or memory. It recorded experience, emotion, fear. And now I was part of that record. Toward dawn, the chorus of voices waned, leaving a few faint echoes. I felt the room relax just slightly, as if it knew I was surviving, as if it respected my endurance. But I knew the calm was temporary. These walls had patience measured in decades, centuries even. They would wait. They would whisper again, sharper, more insistent when I returned or when the next guest arrived. Room 6, this lonely, decaying corner of the world, was alive in a way I could not fully comprehend. It watched. It remembered, and it demanded witness. I lay back on the bed, flashlight off, notebook clutched against my chest. The shadows pooled in the corners, thick but stationary. I listened to the silence that followed the whispers, knowing it was a lull, a pause between confessions, a moment before the stories resumed. The room had taught me something. To survive here, I must see, hear, and remember. And to leave unobservant would mean forgetting, and forgetting in this place was dangerous. As light crept through the window, faint and hesitant, I understood the final lesson of the night. Room 6's walls were not just structures of plaster and paint. They were vessels, keepers of history, repositories of vanished voices. They had pulled me into their orbit, not to terrify me with sudden shocks, but to immerse me in the slow, unrelenting weight of remembrance. I felt changed, marked, aware that my presence had been incorporated into the ongoing story, that my own whispers might linger after I left. And even as I packed my bag later, leaving the small items behind, I felt the faintest brush of a hand on my shoulder, or perhaps just a trick of the mind. But I knew the walls would never let me forget, and I knew that somewhere deep within them, the voices waited for me to return, to listen, to witness again. Room 6 had shown me that silence was never empty, and that history was patient, persistent, and always watching. The dawn light crept through the blinds like pale fingers, stretching across the floor in uneven lines. I woke before my alarm, stiff and achy, the memories of the night pressing down on me heavier than the mattress. Room 6 was quiet now, but the silence felt alive, almost expectant, as if it had been holding its breath while I slept. I sat on the edge of the bed, listening to the faint hum of the street outside, and for the first time, I noticed the subtle scent lingering in the room, the same dusty, metallic odor that had been present since I arrived, but now mixed with something else, something that felt like memory. I moved slowly, trying not to disturb anything. The flashlight from the previous night lay on the desk, dust motes floating in the narrow beam of morning light. I reached for it, my fingers brushing over the worn handle, and I could almost feel the echoes of last night. The voices, the whispered confessions, the things that had pressed close to me from the walls. They had not left. They never would. The motel remembered. I knew that with a certainty that was almost unbearable. I checked my notebook. The fragments of writing from the whispers felt fragile and incomplete, like catching smoke in my hands. Names, half-sentences, warnings that made no sense outside their context. But even as I read them, a creeping realization formed in my mind. These weren't just stories. They were records, snapshots of every guest who had lingered in Room 6, every traveler who had unknowingly become part of the motel's archive. I thought about the diary I had seen in the lobby, about the small items that had appeared in the room the night before. This place kept what it wanted, and in turn, it kept me. Packing was slow. I moved deliberately, folding clothes with more care than necessary, trying to delay leaving, trying to delay the quiet inevitability of departure. Each item I touched seemed to hum faintly, almost like a pulse, like the room acknowledged my interaction, marking it in some subtle, permanent way. I opened the dresser drawers, empty, except for a single folded note tucked beneath a pile of linens. I didn't remember it being there before. I unfolded it with trembling hands. The handwriting was neat, precise, and unfamiliar. The words were brief. "Remember us, don't ignore the walls, we are always here." I swallowed hard, my throat dry. The message made no claim of threat, no overt warning, yet it carried the weight of inevitability. These walls had a memory longer than mine, patient enough to endure decades of travelers who came and went, capturing their essence and storing it like a secret. And now I realized I was no longer an observer. I had become part of the motel's collection of attention, its quiet obsession with those who lingered, even briefly. I paused at the door, hand on the knob, and a flicker of doubt froze me. Was the motel aware of my intentions? Could it sense my plan to leave? I thought back to the subtle creaks and groans of the floorboards in the night, the barely noticeable movement in the corners, the warmth in the walls. Maybe it knew. Maybe it was already cataloging my departure, preparing to mark me as another guest remembered forever. The parking lot stretched out beyond the door, bathed in early sunlight, deceptively normal. Cars passed occasionally, their engines ordinary, banal. But the quiet here was a lie, a shallow mask over the motel's patient, listening presence. I could feel it in the shadows under the eaves, in the peeling paint of the porch, in the warped signage that seemed to tilt toward me slightly, not by chance but by design. The place had seen everything, and everything had been recorded in its own meticulous way. I stepped outside, the gravel crunching beneath my shoes, and the sound seemed too loud, intrusive against the motel's hush. I turned back to glance at the building. The windows stared at me like dark eyes, the blinds angled just so, casting shadow lines that felt deliberate. I knew the room would continue to watch me, even when I was gone, remembering my every motion, my every whispered thought. A shiver ran down my spine. Leaving was not an escape, it was an acknowledgement. I started the car and sat for a moment, hands gripping the wheel, heart still hammering from the night's intimacy with the room. I tried to focus on the road ahead, the routine miles, the mundane journey, but my mind kept returning to the motel, room 6, the walls, the voices, the objects that had appeared without explanation. Even in the daylight, the memory of them pressed against me. I felt a strange mix of awe and dread. This was not mere superstition or haunted rumor. It was something different. Something patient, meticulous, and alive in a way I could not measure. Yet I could feel it in every quiet moment. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The motel was receding, shrinking in the distance, but the sense of being observed did not fade. I felt it in my skin, a crawling awareness that I was catalogued, indexed, remembered. A sense of permanence settled over me, uncomfortable and inescapable. The motel did not just contain the past, it preserved it. And it preserved those who passed through, whether they knew it or not. As miles stretched out, the landscape blurred into desert and scrub, sun rising higher, indifferent. Yet I could not shake the feeling that the motel's presence lingered, like an afterimage burned into the back of my mind. Every sigh of wind, every whisper of roadside trees, seemed to echo with fragments of voices I had heard in the night. The motel had reached out and inscribed itself upon me, marking me as part of its ongoing record. I realized then that departure was not freedom. It was recognition. It was acknowledgement of something I could neither fight nor deny. I thought about the guests who had vanished, the travelers whose names I had seen in clippings, whose stories I had read in the diary and inferred from objects left behind. The motel had remembered them all, long after the world had forgotten. Their presence was stored in plaster and wood, in floorboards and furniture, and in the echo of soft words carried by the air. I had heard them. I had been one of them temporarily, an unwilling participant in a living archive of absence. By the time I reached the highway, the motel was a small cluster of buildings behind me, bathed in sunlight, innocuous and ordinary to anyone who had not stayed in room 6. I glanced back once more, and for a heartbeat, I could swear the blinds shifted subtly as though someone or something inside was acknowledging my departure. I shook my head, laughing uneasily at myself, but the instinctual sense of being observed did not fade. I knew, with quiet certainty, that the motel's memory extended far beyond walls and doors. It extended into the mind of anyone who lingered long enough to notice, long enough to listen. I drove in silence for a while, letting the routine of the road settle my nerves. The sun climbed higher, the horizon stretching endlessly, indifferent to the weight I carried. Yet the quiet of the motel had left its mark. Every mile was haunted by awareness, by the imprint of voices pressed into the spaces I could not see, by the objects that had appeared without reason, by the walls that remembered everything. I realized that some presences do not leave, and some memories cannot fade. By mid-morning, I had returned to the rhythm of everyday travel, the mundane hum of the engine, the occasional honk of passing cars, the scent of roadside coffee. But the motel persisted, persistent in its subtle pressure on my consciousness. I knew the room would remain, preserved in light and shadow, waiting for the next traveler, ready to inscribe itself once more. Room 6 was patient. Eternity was its measure, and memory was its weapon. Even now, I cannot tell if the lingering sense of being watched is real or a residue of my own imagination. But I know with a clarity that chills me still that the motel remembers every guest, every whisper, every fear. And for those who pass through even briefly, it leaves something behind, an indelible mark, a fragment of themselves etched into the architecture of silence. I have left, but I carry room 6 with me, its shadows, its whispers, its patient observation. And I know somehow it will not forget me. The road stretches ahead, empty but full of the weight of memory. I drive, but I am not unburdened. The motel's presence travels with me, quiet and insistent. The sun may rise and the world may call itself normal, but the truth is always waiting beneath the surface, in the corners, in the walls, in the silence of forgotten rooms. The motel had marked me, and in that marking I had understood something fundamental. Nothing that passes through room 6 ever truly leaves. As I reach the edge of town, the last hints of the motel receding behind a curve, I allow myself a single deep breath. The road ahead is calm, open, and ordinary. Yet I carry the knowledge of every voice, every object, every secret room 6 has ever held. It waits patient for the next visitor, and I know if I ever return, it will recognize me immediately. I am already cataloged, already remembered, already part of its ongoing story. Even in the light of day, I feel the faintest echo of whispered words brush against the edge of my mind. Not threats, not demands, just remembrance. A quiet acknowledgement that some places are patient and some memories endure longer than human life. Room 6 was one of them, and I, willingly or not, had become part of its archive. The fog had rolled in before I even reached the lake, a thick gray blanket that swallowed the shoreline and muted the world. I could barely see the dock ahead, and even the trees lining the water's edge were nothing more than shadowed shapes, bending and twisting in the mist. My boots sank slightly in the wet grass, and the smell of damp earth filled my nose, mingled with something else, something faintly metallic like rust or old blood. I stopped, listening. The only sound was the occasional drip of water from a low-hanging branch, but it didn't feel empty. It felt waiting. I stepped onto the dock, each creak of the wood underfoot echoing unnaturally, as if the lake itself was amplifying every noise. My eyes tried to pierce the fog, searching for the far side for any sign of life, but there was nothing. Nothing but the gray, shifting veil and the black, silent water. Stillwater Lake. The name made sense now, still, silent, but hiding something beneath. Something that had waited decades to be remembered. I took a deep breath and walked further, letting my hands brush along the damp rail. A faint ripple disturbed the surface of the water ahead. My heart skipped and I froze, straining to see. The ripple spread slowly, unnaturally, as if something below was testing the surface. I shook my head, telling myself it was just a fish, or maybe the wind, but the air was still. The lake should have been calm, yet the movement persisted, subtle, deliberate. The stories about this place came to mind, the disappearances that had been hushed up, whispered only in local bars or between wary neighbors. People had gone missing here. Fishermen, children, even a couple who had camped near the North Shore. No bodies, no explanations, just quiet absence, like the lake had claimed them and refused to give them back. My pulse quickened. I wondered if the fog itself was part of the lake, a living thing that remembered who had come too close. I crouched near the edge, watching the water. Something glimmered beneath the surface, a flash of movement too slow for a fish, too shapeless for a branch. I leaned closer and the fog shifted as if responding to my presence, swirling and thickening around me. A shiver ran down my spine. I straightened and looked around. The shore behind me was empty, but I had the strangest impression that I was not alone. Footsteps, perhaps, or a reflection of my own fear. Either way, it made the hair on my neck stand up. I wandered along the shoreline, boots crunching on gravel, occasionally stepping onto the moss-covered rocks. The fog seemed to cling to me, curling around my legs and drifting through my hair. I thought I heard voices, whispered, indistinct, just at the edge of hearing. I paused, straining to catch a word. Nothing coherent, but the tone, soft, urgent, almost mournful, made my stomach tight. My mind told me it was the wind. My body whispered otherwise. As I walked, I noticed objects in the water near the shore, small things half submerged. A shoe, a piece of fabric, a broken fishing rod. Old things rotting and waterlogged, or so I told myself. But they were positioned too deliberately, too consciously, as if someone had arranged them or something had. My curiosity battled my fear. I reached for a piece of driftwood, intending to push it aside. As my fingers touched the water, a sudden cold shot through my hand. I yanked it back, startled, and the water behind it rippled again, faster this time, as though reacting to me. I stopped moving. The whispers returned, closer now, almost at my ear. I spun around, nothing, only fog. But then I saw it, a figure barely visible standing at the tree line, a shadow among shadows. I blinked. The figure remained, motionless, silent, watching. My heart raced. I wanted to call out, but my voice caught in my throat. And then it was gone as if it had never been there, leaving only the oppressive gray of the fog. I stumbled back a few steps, trying to shake off the fear, telling myself it was my imagination. Still, something about the lake felt aware, like it knew I was here, like it was studying me, waiting for me to make a mistake. The stories of lost hikers and missing campers replayed in my mind. What had happened to them? What had claimed them and left no trace? I felt a cold certainty settle in my chest. I did not come here alone. Not really. A sudden movement caught my eye near the water's edge. Another shadow, smaller this time, just at the surface, drifting toward the center of the lake. I stepped closer, leaning over the dock railing. The water was unnervingly dark, so black that it seemed to absorb the light. I thought I could see shapes beneath, just out of focus, like hands or limbs reaching upward, twisting slowly. I jerked back, nearly losing my balance. My heart hammered. What had I imagined? What had I seen? I could not tell. The whispers had grown louder, swirling in my ears, overlapping, forming fractured sentences. Stay, follow, don't leave. I shook my head violently. No, I would not follow. I would not become part of the lake story. And yet the fog seemed to lean in, curling around my shoulders, tugging at my clothes, guiding me forward. I felt the weight of unseen eyes, the pressure of countless absent witnesses who had vanished here before me. I walked along the edge, careful not to step too close, but unable to look away. Every ripple, every shadow, every half-glimpsed shape in the water felt deliberate. The lake was teaching me its patience, its slow, methodical attention to anyone who dared to enter its domain. And in that attention, I felt a creeping dread, not just for myself, but for anyone who had ever come here. I imagined their last moments, the fear, the cold, the silence of the water swallowing them whole. I reached the old boathouse, its wood-rotting door hanging on a single hinge. The fog pressed against it, seeping through the cracks, curling inside like smoke. I stepped in, the air inside damp and musty. Broken oars, empty cans, and torn fishing nets littered the floor. And then I saw them, small handprints, smudged in mud on the wooden wall, too high for any adult, too deliberate to be random. My pulse spiked. Children had vanished here decades ago. And here their marks remained, waiting, preserved in the damp air, whispering reminders of what had been taken. I pressed my palms to the wall, tracing the faint outlines. The fog drifted in through the broken windows, brushing against my skin, cold and unsettling. The whispers were now almost constant, overlapping, urgent and mournful. Do not leave, stay, remember, my mind spun. The lake, the fog, the dock, the boathouse. They were all part of something larger, something patient and alive, and it was insistent. I realized that I had become part of its narrative simply by walking here, breathing the fog, touching the water. A movement in the corner of the boathouse made me spin. Something crouched, indistinct, shrouded in gray. I stepped back, heart hammering. It didn't move closer, didn't flee. It simply observed. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished into the fog seeping through the cracks. My legs shook. I sank to the floor, hands pressed over my ears, trying to shut out the whispers, the pressure, the awareness. After a long moment, I forced myself up. I could not stay here, not yet, not like this, but the lake had changed me. I felt its presence under my skin, a slow, gnawing reminder that some places never forget. I walked back toward the dock, every step heavy with dread, every glance over my shoulder feeling inadequate. The fog was denser now, curling in thicker strands, obscuring the shoreline, the trees, even the far edge of the lake. I could not see the far side. I could not see what waited. I paused on the dock, looking down at the black, reflective water. The ripples were gone, leaving only perfect stillness. And yet I knew it was not empty. Something beneath watched, patient and silent. I had glimpsed it, felt it, and I would never be able to forget. I had come to Stillwater Lake seeking nothing but a walk in the fog, and now I left with the memory of countless presences, of whispers and shadows and the weight of absence. As I stepped onto the grass, leaving the dock behind, I looked back once more. The fog rolled over the water, thick and unbroken, swallowing the tree line. The lake seemed to exhale, a slow, deliberate breath that seemed almost alive. I felt a lingering chill, a certainty that the lake remembered me now, recorded my presence as surely as it had the others. And somewhere in the gray, waiting just beyond perception, something continued to watch. I walked away, boots wet, heart heavy, fog curling around my legs like fingers never letting go. The lake would remain, patient, silent, still. And when the fog returned tonight and tomorrow, it would remember that I had been here, that I had seen, that I had felt the pull of its unseen depth. And I would carry that memory with me like a weight I could never put down. I found the campsite before I realized I was looking for it. Rusted poles leaned like tired soldiers, and the canvas of a tent sagged under decades of rain and snow, stitched with holes like spiderwebs. The air smelled of charred wood and old smoke, the ghost of fires long dead. I knelt beside a fire pit, circling it with my hand. The stones were blackened still, though the ashes crumbled at my touch. Something about it felt deliberate, as if someone had left it in a hurry, then never returned. I stepped carefully through the grass, each blade damp and sticky against my boots. The tents were scattered unevenly, some collapsed entirely, wooden stakes poking through canvas like broken teeth. I could almost hear the echoes of laughter here, muffled and brittle, swallowed by time and wind. But beneath that there was something else. A pause in the air, a quiet that felt too patient. Something was waiting. A single tent caught my attention. The fabric was gray, patched with darker material that had rotted into the mud. I reached out, brushing a hand along it, and the canvas gave a soft, almost moist resistance. I pulled it back and peeked inside. The interior was empty, but the smell hit me first. Smoke, damp earth, and something else, faint and sour. Like iron. My stomach twisted. I stepped back, thinking of the campers who had disappeared here decades ago. Their names blurred together, whispered in news articles and old police reports. Children, young couples, a lone hiker. No trace, no explanation. I wandered between the tents, noticing footprints in the mud, faint and indistinct, pressed deeply as if someone had knelt or fallen. Some were too small to be adults, others wide and heavy. They led to nowhere, looping back as though the ground itself refused to reveal the truth. I bent closer, tracing one with my fingertip. It led to a burned log, charred completely black, the wood soft and crumbly under my touch. I shivered. Who had built these fires, and where had they gone? The wind shifted. I paused, straining to hear. A soft creak of canvas, the whisper of nylon stretching in the cold. It couldn't have been the wind, not entirely. I turned sharply, expecting to see someone crouched behind a tent, but there was nothing. Just the fog rolling over the clearing, curling around the tents like fingers reaching for me. I stepped back. The shadows under the trees stretched unnaturally, leaning into the campsite. It was as if the forest itself was alive, waiting for me to make a move. I crouched by a tent that had collapsed entirely, peering into the darkness beneath. The smell of mildew was strong, mixed with char and earth. I could just make out a patch of something lighter in the corner, paper, perhaps, decayed and yellowed. My fingers hovered, hesitant, then brushed it. It crumbled under my touch. Fragments falling to the mud. Something about those scraps felt deliberate, messages left behind. But by whom, and for whom, the thought made my stomach turn. A distant snap like a branch underfoot made me jerk upright. I scanned the clearing. Nothing moved. But the feeling of being watched pressed into me, subtle and constant, like the lake fog, like the eyes of campers long gone. I walked slowly toward another tent. The poles had fallen in a heap and the canvas was torn open. I could see inside, and for a heartbeat I thought I saw movement, a shadow flitting across the fabric, but when I blinked it was gone. My chest tightened. Was it a trick of the light? Or had I just glimpsed the memory of something that had been left behind? I leaned against a tree, trying to calm my racing thoughts. The wind picked up again, carrying with it a faint scent of smoke, sweet and metallic, a whisper of the past. My ears caught the faintest murmurs, soft voices overlapping, incomprehensible like a recording played backward. My head spun. I told myself it was the wind through the trees, nothing more. But the whispers persisted, curling around my ears, a subtle insistence, almost beckoning. Don't leave, stay, I spun. The clearing was empty. Just tents, burned logs, and the weight of absent bodies. I moved again, compelled to explore, compelled to see more. A small clearing opened ahead, a circle of fire pits surrounded by broken tents and skeletal frames. I knelt by one of the pits. The ash was black, but within it I saw fragments, tiny shards of pottery, melted metal, charred fragments of something that had once been useful, domestic, human. I felt a shiver that had nothing to do with the wind. Someone or something had been here. Someone had been interrupted. And they had never returned. The fog thickened, crawling along the ground, curling around my ankles. Shadows of the tents shifted in the gray light, elongating and twisting. My pulse quickened. I tried to remember what I was looking for, but the air itself seemed to press against my mind, disorienting me, teasing me with shapes and whispers just out of reach. I thought I saw figures at the edge of the clearing, crouched, watching me. But every time I turned my head, they vanished. I could not tell if they were real, or the fog playing tricks on my eyes. I stepped closer to the largest fire pit, stones blackened with decades of flame. A faint pattern emerged in the ash, almost like a symbol, half eroded. My hand hovered over it, tremulous. I traced the lines. It was deliberate. Someone had left a mark, a message encoded in charcoal and dust. I felt a sudden pressure in my chest, a pull toward the forest. The whispers rose again, louder, urgent. Remember, remember. The words were not my own thoughts. They were being pushed into me, pressed into my mind by the weight of this place. A sudden movement caught my eye at the edge of the clearing, a tent flap fluttering. I froze, unsure if I had imagined it. Then it moved again, slowly, almost breathing. I took a step forward and stopped, because there, pressed into the mud beside it, were footprints that led straight into the woods. Small, wide, adult and child, paired together, leading nowhere. They ended abruptly at the tree line. My breath caught. Had they ever existed, or had they been left behind as a warning? I swallowed hard and approached another tent, rusted poles bent inward, canvas sagging. The opening was jagged, like someone had forced their way inside or out. Inside, the mud was churned as if something had struggled. I could feel the weight of the past pressing through me, pulling me into memory, into absence. I wanted to leave, to step back into the normal world, but the sight demanded attention. I had to see it, had to acknowledge it, or it would consume me quietly, insistently. The fog shifted again, thick and curling, wrapping the clearing in a gray embrace. I could hear whispers clearly now, overlapping, urgent, mournful. Do not leave, do not forget, do not see. My hands shook. My eyes darted between the tents, the burned fire pits, the mud-smeared footprints. Every object, every fragment, every shadow seemed alive, deliberate, communicating in a language older than memory. I realized that the campers had not vanished, not entirely. Their presence lingered, frozen in time, whispering through the decay. I turned back to the fire pit I had knelt beside earlier. The ash was undisturbed, but I felt the weight of unseen eyes. Shapes emerged in the fog beyond the clearing, figures crouched, paused, observing. My breath froze. The air felt thick, almost viscous, pressing against my skin, as if the campsite itself had remembered me the moment I stepped onto its soil. I was no longer a visitor. I had become part of its story. The sun had begun to dip, though the fog obscured its light, turning the clearing a dull, featureless gray. Shadows lengthened unnaturally, and the air grew colder, damp seeping through my jacket. I could hear movement just beyond my vision, faint rustling, careful steps. I turned, but there was nothing. The tents leaned and sagged in silence, but I knew somehow that the eyes never left. They waited, patient, methodical, enduring. I walked slowly back through the clearing, boots squelching in mud. Every step brought a whisper, a suggestion, a flicker in the corner of my vision. I could see the patterns of the fire pits, the arrangement of broken tents, the paths where someone or something had moved. It was meticulous, careful. The camp was alive in memory, a record of absence, a map of disappearance. And I could read it, feel it as much as I feared it. I paused at the edge of the clearing, looking back. Fog curled along the ground like smoke, curling around the tents, creeping over fire pits. I realized I could not forget this place. The weight of the forgotten campers, the burned fires, the rusted poles, all pressed into me. The campsite had claimed me in its way, just as it had claimed those before me. I would leave eventually. But the memory, the presence, the whispering insistence would follow. Always. I turned to leave, boots muddy, jacket damp, heart tight with dread and fascination. And as I did, I caught a movement, a shadow darting between tents at the far edge of the clearing. I blinked. It was gone, but I knew it had been there, watching, waiting. The campsite had not forgotten, and I had learned painfully that some places never do. The first scream came before I knew what it was. A high, keening wail carried through the fog-thickened trees. My breath caught in my chest. I froze, gripping the flashlight, its beam a thin knife through the darkness. The echo lingered longer than it should have, stretching, bending, twisting as if the forest itself were mocking me. My mind scrambled for rational explanations. A fox, a coyote, but no animal could make that sound, not in this way, so human and raw, filled with panic, filled with pain. I stepped forward, boots sinking slightly in the damp earth. The fog swirled around me, curling through the trees, thickening the shadows. Every snap of a twig underfoot made me jump. The forest felt alive tonight, more than just trees and wind. It was watching, waiting. The hairs on my arms bristled. My flashlight caught a movement just ahead, thin, quick, impossible to identify. I shook my head. Was I seeing shapes in the fog because I wanted to, or because something wanted me to see them? I walked along the narrow path that twisted through the trees, every step slower than the last. Another scream ripped through the night, closer this time. It came from the right, somewhere beyond the gnarled trunks, from deep in the shadowed underbrush. My heart hammered. I wanted to run back to the campsite, to safety, but my legs moved forward, compelled. Something in the scream pressed against my chest, pulling me, insisting that I see, that I hear, that I understand. Branches scraped against my jacket as I pushed through the fog. The smell of wet earth and decaying leaves thickened, tangy with a hint of something iron-like. Blood. I shook my head, telling myself no, that it was just the forest. My light caught a tree trunk scarred deeply, bark stripped away in a spiral. I leaned closer, scratch marks. Tall, deep, deliberate. My stomach turned. Someone or something had been here. Someone had left a warning or a message. I paused, listening. The forest held its breath. Then came a whisper, soft and fleeting, brushing my ears like silk. Don't look, don't follow. The words were not part of me. They weren't my thoughts. I spun in the fog, nothing. Just trees leaning like ancient sentinels, fog curling at their roots. The whispers came again, layered, overlapping. I caught fragments. They see you, we see you, do not leave. My pulse thumped painfully. I tried to convince myself it was wind, or exhaustion, or memory playing tricks. But the sound had weight, intent, presence. I stumbled upon a clearing, the fog thinner here, lit by the pale ghost of moonlight. And there it was. A fallen tree, wide and slick with moss, and beneath it, impressions in the dirt. Footprints. Not human alone, too long, too narrow in some places, wide and small in others. They twisted around the roots, ending abruptly as if whatever had left them had vanished into thin air. I bent closer, tracing a long, slender toe mark with my fingertip. Chilled metal seemed to press into me from the earth itself. Another scream split the night near this time, but off to the left. I whipped around, heart racing, flashlight shaking. The trees were dense, shadows flickering between trunks. Something moved there, something just beyond recognition. I could feel it watching, studying, calculating. My breath came in ragged bursts. I wanted to call out to break the spell, but my voice refused. My body refused. The forest was in control now. I was only a visitor trapped in its gaze. The fog shifted again, curling, thickening, coiling around my legs. Another whisper reached me, closer this time. I spun. Turn back, they follow, they remember. My stomach dropped. The air felt dense, as if I were breathing water. I stepped forward, unable to stop myself, compelled by something darker than curiosity. I had to know who or what was screaming. I had to see beyond the fog. The path narrowed into a trench of shadows where roots jutted from the earth like broken bones. I stumbled, falling to my knees, mud squishing between my fingers. And then in that moment, silence. A heavy, suffocating silence that pressed in on me, louder than the screams. My flashlight flickered. I looked up. The fog had parted slightly. Shapes moved in the darkness, figures at the edge of visibility. They didn't step forward, didn't move away. They simply watched, watching me, waiting. I wanted to run, to flee back to the relative safety of the campsite, but something anchored me. The fear had changed shape now, twisting into fascination. Who had these watchers been? Where had the screams come from? I could almost sense a rhythm in the fog, a heartbeat underlying the forest's breathing. My hand gripped the flashlight tighter. I followed the trail of footprints again, deeper into the trench, following the pull of something ancient and patient. The earth grew colder beneath my knees, moisture seeping through my jeans. I crouched beside a hollowed log, remnants of a fire long dead at its base. Charred sticks, blackened stones, scattered ashes. I imagined campers here decades ago, terrified, calling into the night, vanishing into these same woods. The thought curled in my stomach. Had their voices stayed behind? Did the forest record them, pressed into the fog and soil, playing their echoes back to any intruder foolish enough to wander here? Another sound split the air, a low, moaning wail, distant but urgent. I froze. It wasn't a scream, not entirely. It carried sorrow, pleading, almost human. I tilted my head, listening, straining to place the direction. The fog distorted distance, but the sound seemed everywhere at once, layered, overlapping. I shivered. I wanted to leave. I should have left hours ago. But something drew me forward, deeper into the echoing night. I stumbled over roots and rocks, mud sucking at my boots. Every step brought whispers, fragments now clear enough to terrify. They see, they take, we are left. My pulse throbbed painfully. The air seemed to thicken, pressing against my lungs. I turned abruptly. Behind me, a shadow shifted between trees, silent, deliberate. It didn't step into the clearing. It didn't move closer, just a presence, watching, calculating, waiting. Then just as suddenly, another scream. A shriek, long and thin, cut the night somewhere to my right. I ran toward it, drawn, compelled, shaking, feet splashing in mud. The fog churned. Shapes darted at the edge of visibility, glimpsed for a heartbeat, gone before I could register them. My flashlight flickered and dimmed, barely piercing the gray. And there, in a small glade, I saw a figure crouched, pale and still, shadows clinging to it like smoke. My stomach dropped. It moved its head slowly toward me, tilting unnaturally, as if curious, amused. I froze, breath rasping, heart pounding. My hand gripped the flashlight, trying to make sense of it. The figure did not step forward, did not flee. It just waited, a memory pressed into the present. And then a whisper. "Do you hear them? Do you see them?" My mind recoiled. The voice was not my own, yet inside me. I turned my flashlight again, and the figure was gone. Only fog, thick and curling, and the weight of unseen eyes. I stumbled back, boots slipping, toward the path that led to the campsite. The fog thickened, and now I could hear them everywhere, the whispers, the low moans, the high keening wails. They overlapped, layered, persistent. The forest remembered everything. Every scream, every panic, every person who had vanished here. And now it remembered me. I reached the campsite just as dawn began to fray the fog into thin, gray threads. The figures, the sounds, the whispers all receded slightly, but not entirely. I knew it would not let me go. I had glimpsed too much, felt too much. The watchers in the woods, patient and silent, remained, hidden, waiting, listening. I turned to leave, each step heavy with exhaustion, mud squishing underfoot. But even as the daylight grew, I could still feel their eyes pressing from the trees, from the fog. I would carry this with me, the memory of screams, the echo of whispers, the knowledge that something in the forest never sleeps, never forgets. I had been watched, recorded, measured, and for some part of me, I knew I had been added to the tally of absence. I found the plaque before I even realized I was looking for it. A slab of black stone, polished and cold, set against the cracked wall of the town square. Fog lingered low around my ankles, though the morning sun tried to push it back. The names were etched deeply, perfect, permanent. But the list was wrong, so many gaps, so many spaces that seemed to tremble with absence. I ran my fingers across the surface, tracing letters that felt sharper than stone, almost alive under my skin. The first name hit me like a blow. I knew it. Not personally, not from life, but from whispers, from the stories that clung to this town like mold. Emma Crawford, missing since '72. The plaque called her back from oblivion, even if no one else remembered. My stomach knotted. Why memorialize some and leave others unclaimed? The empty lines seemed to pulse beneath my fingertips, almost begging me to notice them. A breeze moved through the square, carrying voices I couldn't place. Children laughing or crying, footsteps behind me. I spun, but there was nothing. Only the fog curling between lampposts, shadows stretching long and unnatural. I felt them then, watchers. Not human or not entirely. Something in the air had shifted, something aware, and they knew I had come to read their names. I crouched closer to the plaque, examining the gaps. Some spaces were just lines empty, but others were faintly scored, as though the stone itself remembered names it hadn't been allowed to speak. I pressed harder, fingertips scraping lightly, and a shiver ran through me. It was like touching a heartbeat that shouldn't exist. I heard a soft whisper then. "They remember you as we do." My blood ran cold. I wasn't alone. The wind or the fog was speaking through the missing names. My eyes darted to the surrounding buildings. Old brick, shuttered windows, peeling paint. They seemed to lean toward me, houses bending slightly in the fog. The town itself felt alive, aware of my presence. I'd read about small towns holding secrets, but this was different. Every brick, every cracked window, every empty doorway seemed like it wanted me to see something or leave. A woman's voice reached me then, soft, carried on the breeze. "Look closer, see them." I froze. It was coming from the plaque, or perhaps from the air around it. I leaned in, squinting at the etched letters. And then I noticed it, a shadow beneath the names, a dark shape that didn't belong. A figure crouched, nearly invisible, only a slight distortion of the fog showing where it hovered. I blinked. It was gone, but the chill in my chest lingered. I stepped back and ran my hand along the line of names again, slower this time. Each one had a story, a life, a scream I couldn't hear anymore. The empty spaces, the unclaimed, the unknown pressed at me like fingers from beneath the stone. They weren't just absent, they were waiting. Waiting to be remembered, waiting for someone to call them aloud. My lips trembled. I couldn't do it. I didn't want to do it. And yet I felt the pull. The fog thickened, curling around the edges of the square. I heard something scraping behind me, faint and deliberate, like claws or fingernails over wood. I turned slowly. Nothing, but the sense of presence didn't fade. It grew heavier, heavier still. I realized the town had always been watching me. Not just this morning. Not just today. Every step I'd taken since entering the square had been catalogued, remembered, logged by something that did not sleep. I pressed my palm again to the cold stone. I saw movement, or I thought I did, shapes sliding between the lampposts, figures crouching in windows just out of focus. The fog distorted them, twisted them, made them impossible to fully comprehend. Yet I felt them all the same, watching, waiting, remembering. I wanted to pull my hand away to leave, but my fingers lingered. A name caught me next, Samuel Price. The letters seemed to writhe under my gaze like shadows curling across the stone. I thought of the stories I had heard, the old newspaper clippings buried in the library archives. He had vanished from this town decades ago, leaving nothing but rumors and whispers behind. I swallowed hard. Was the plaque memorializing him or claiming him? I couldn't tell. The fog shifted and I felt a brush against my shoulder. Cold, wet. I whipped around, nothing. But my eyes caught movement on the edge of vision. A figure just beyond the lamppost, crouched low, head tilting unnaturally. I blinked. Gone, but the weight remained. The sense of being catalogued, weighed, measured by something that remembered every face, every scream, every absence. I stepped back from the plaque. My boots sank into wet grass and a faint trail of mist swirled upward around me. And then I saw it, the faintest reflection in the black stone. Not mine, not entirely. Something behind me crouched watching, almost blended with the fog. Its eyes caught mine for a heartbeat, empty, infinite, unblinking. And then it vanished. I was alone, or as alone as one could be here. I traced another empty line. Nothing came. And then faintly I heard them. A chorus of whispers, names being called aloud, not in sound but in weight, pressing at my skull. I staggered, pressed a hand to my forehead. They are not gone. They are waiting. The voice was not one voice but many, layered, overlapping, pressing, insistent. I wanted to leave, but the pull of the plaque, of the names, of the missing, it anchored me. I stepped closer again, peering at the last set of unclaimed spaces. A name seemed to etch itself faintly into the stone before my eyes. No letters, no words, only impressions, like someone had pressed their fingers into wet cement and walked away. I swallowed, my throat dry. Did I imagine it? Was it the fog? Or was the plaque alive, remembering, reaching out? I could feel it pulse under my fingertips, tiny vibrations, almost like a heartbeat. The fog thickened further, curling around the square, filling the streets. I could hear footsteps now, distant but purposeful, circling, approaching. Not human, not natural. The wind shifted, carrying low, guttural murmurs. Something was moving just beyond the edges of visibility, among the abandoned buildings, among the shadow doorways. I couldn't see them, couldn't identify them, but I knew they were there. Waiting, judging, remembering. I leaned in one last time, touching the empty lines. And in that instant I understood. The names on the plaque were not just memories. They were invitations, records, warnings. Some names were complete, others absent, each telling its own story of presence and disappearance. And the missing, those still unclaimed, pressed at the edges of the world, wanting acknowledgement, wanting witness. I could feel it, heavy, pressing, insistent. I stumbled back, fog swirling around my legs, heartbeat thundering in my ears. The watchers, the shapes, the whispers, they receded slightly as I did, but the presence remained. The town, the plaque, the missing, they were not done with me. I felt it in my bones, in my chest, in my trembling hands. I had seen too much. I had touched too much. I had been counted. And then slowly the fog began to lift. The morning sun pushed through, thin and pale, illuminating the black stone. I could see the names clearly again. The engraved letters, perfect, permanent. And the empty spaces, the unclaimed, the absent, the waiting, they still pressed at me, unresolved, unspoken. I knew I could leave, but I also knew some part of me would never be free. The town would remember me just as it remembered all the others. I turned away from the plaque, boots squelching in wet grass. Behind me the shadows lingered. Behind me the fog lingered. And I knew, deep, unshakable, that this place held every guest, every loss, every absence in memory and in waiting. I had seen them, heard them, felt them. And somewhere beyond the edges of reason, I understood that the plaque had not released them, not fully. I left the square slowly, the weight of the unclaimed pressing in my mind. Each step was deliberate, careful, aware. I could feel eyes in every shuttered window, behind every peeling doorframe. The fog rolled over my heels like a tide of whispers, carrying voices I could not name. The plaque had not finished with me. It never would. It remembered, and I had become part of its memory. As the sun rose, I glimpsed the town in daylight. Normal, quiet, unremarkable to anyone who had not walked its streets at night or leaned against its memorial plaque. But I knew the truth. The names, the gaps, the watchers, they were never gone. They lingered, waiting, always waiting. And someday I would return. Not because I wanted to, but because the plaque and the town and the missing, it would not let me stay away. I stayed too long by the water, drawn by something I didn't understand. The sky darkened quickly, thick clouds swallowing the last threads of daylight. The lake, still and wide, reflected more than the moon. It reflected something I couldn't name, something that moved just beneath the surface in patterns too deliberate to be fish. My reflection stared back at me, but it felt wrong, too sharp, too hollow around the eyes. I shivered, and the wind carried a whisper across the water, soft and patient. I wanted to turn away, to leave the lake behind, but my feet didn't listen. They walked along the muddy shore, dragging through the wet grass, leaving footprints that vanished almost immediately under the creeping fog. The mist rolled across the water, curling over the edge, thickening with a cold that seeped into my bones. And then I saw it, a dark shape gliding just beneath the surface, close enough that the water's glassy calm bent around it unnaturally. I froze. My heart slammed against my ribs. I wasn't sure if it was alive, or something else entirely. The first echo came then, a voice, soft, distant, yet intimate. "Why did you come?" it asked. No one was there. The trees lining the shore shivered, leaves whispering, but I knew the voice had come from the water itself. I swallowed hard. The reflection of the moon fractured, rippling as though it were breathing. Every instinct told me to run, but I couldn't. I was already caught, tangled in the lake's attention, aware that every step forward or back was being watched, catalogued, judged. I bent closer, squinting at the surface. Shadows shifted just beneath the glassy water, faces fleeting, almost invisible. Not mine, not human, but they were there, eyes wide, mouths open in silent cries. I stepped back instinctively. My boots sank into the mud, cold and sucking at my soles. The fog thickened around me, curling into my ears and nose, carrying hints of salt, decay, and something metallic, coppery. The lake wasn't just water. It wasn't just dark. It was memory, pressed into liquid form, holding pieces of people who had come here long before me. I tried to speak, to call out, but my voice came out swallowed, uneven. "Who's there?" I managed. The lake answered, not in words but in motion. The reflections twisted, a ripple where no ripple should exist, and a shadow surfaced, low and long, sliding across the moonlight. My chest tightened. I could feel it watching me, sliding between the surface and something deeper I couldn't see, couldn't understand. And then I heard more voices, layered, echoing off the trees, off the water, whispering secrets I wasn't meant to hear. I stumbled back, boots slipping in the mud. I could see the distant tree line shifting as if alive. Branches bent toward the lake, pointing, almost urging me to look closer. I wanted to run, but every step felt measured, predestined. I felt the pull of the shadows, as if the lake wanted me to stay, to watch, to see everything it remembered. And I realized it had remembered more than I had ever imagined. Every scream, every panic, every person who had vanished was trapped here in liquid form, layered beneath the surface, waiting to be seen. I knelt at the edge, letting my fingers skim the water. The surface was slick, cold, and unnervingly smooth. I could feel the movements beneath my hand, not random, purposeful. Something brushed against my fingers, soft, slippery, like fabric, like skin. I jerked back. My heart was pounding, and yet curiosity rooted me in place. I wanted to know. I had to know. The water was not just water. It held stories, longings, presences that defied comprehension. And for reasons I couldn't explain, it wanted me to understand them. The whispers grew louder, distinct, separate from one another now. Names, dates, fragmented confessions. "I shouldn't have come. Help me. He's here." The voices overlapped, tugging at my mind, filling it with images that didn't belong to me but became mine as soon as they appeared. Faces in the fog, bodies half submerged, reaching, pulling, vanishing before I could comprehend them fully. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root, falling onto the muddy bank. And still the voices pressed on, relentless, intimate, accusing. A sudden flash of moonlight revealed something moving along the far shore. I couldn't see details, only the outline, a figure crouched low, indistinct. It moved like water itself, sliding, gliding, yet aware. I blinked and it vanished, leaving only the ripple of the lake and the echo of breath that was not my own. My mind raced. Was it alive? Was it a memory? Or was it the lake taking form, manifesting what it had stored beneath the surface? The fog rolled closer, thick, dense, and I felt it press against my skin, cold and invasive. I tried to retreat, but the lake's edge seemed to stretch endlessly. Every step backward brought me no closer to safety, only deeper into the fog and the weight of unseen eyes. The whispers became sentences now, coherent, urgent. "They left us. You shouldn't be here. Stay." My stomach churned, cold and raw. I realized the lake wasn't just a reflection of the sky. It was a mirror of absence, a ledger of disappearance. Every ripple was a record, every shadow a witness, and I had stumbled into its memory. I felt a tug at my ankle, not human, not solid, yet insistently there. My pulse spiked. I kicked, scrambling backward, mud and water spraying. The tug persisted, a sensation of pressure, awareness. I scrambled to my feet and stumbled blindly along the shore. The whispers intensified, surrounding me, echoing from every direction. My chest heaved. I could feel the lake's presence behind me, massive and patient, observing, cataloging, remembering. And I realized I could never leave unchanged. The fog parted slightly, revealing a small dock, old wood darkened with water, slick and rotting. I ran toward it, desperate for solid ground, for something I could understand. Each step made the whispers louder, sharper, accusing. The water rippled unnaturally as I approached the dock, reflections shifting into forms I didn't recognize. Faces twisted into shapes I couldn't comprehend, their mouths moving without sound, eyes wide with expectation. I wanted to scream, to turn back, but I was compelled forward. On the dock I paused, looking down at the lake. The water was perfectly still, almost calm, but I knew it was. Beneath, shadows pulsed, sliding, writhing, moving with intention. I could feel them trying to reach up, through the water, through the fog, through the very air around me. I realized then the lake didn't just remember. It waited. It waited for acknowledgement, for recognition, for witnesses to its collection. And somehow I had become part of it. I leaned closer, peering into the dark surface. A single hand emerged briefly, translucent, then vanished. I could hear a faint gasp from somewhere deep inside the fog, and I knew it wasn't mine. Names whispered in my mind, overlapping, blending into a chorus of absence. The lake held more than shadows. It held histories, secrets, disappearances that had never been solved, never acknowledged. And now it held me in its memory, in its waiting. A ripple stretched across the water, moving toward me with deliberation. Shapes began to coalesce, vague at first, then more distinct. Faces, torsos, limbs, each rising briefly from the surface before vanishing again. I stumbled back, slipping on the rotting wood of the dock. The whispers swelled, voices layered into a tide that threatened to drown me in sound. I felt their longing, their desperation, their patience. The lake did not demand blood. It demanded witness. And it demanded acknowledgement of every lost, forgotten soul. The moon broke through the clouds then, a sudden beam of pale light across the lake. The reflections sharpened, revealing patterns I had not noticed before, currents that formed shapes, letters, words almost readable in their rippling. The water pulsed with memory, alive and deliberate, and I realized the lake was older than the town, older than the stories, older than the disappearances. It had been watching long before I arrived, and it would continue watching long after I left. I stepped back from the edge, heart pounding, knees weak. I could feel the pull of the water, of the shadows beneath, calling me, beckoning, waiting. I wanted to leave. I needed to leave. Yet a part of me knew I would return. The lake had marked me. I had seen what it held, and now it was counting me among its witnesses, one more in a line that stretched unbroken through decades. I could not unsee, could not forget, and in some quiet, terrible way, I understood the inevitability of its claim. The fog began to lift slightly as the night deepened, and I made my way along the shore, every step careful, every glance over my shoulder filled with dread. The whispers softened, receded into the trees, leaving only echoes that brushed my mind with memory not my own. I knew they were still there beneath the surface, waiting for the next nightfall, the next witness, the next soul to acknowledge their presence. And the lake remembered everything. Always. As I finally reached solid ground beyond the trees, the moonlight on my back, I glanced over my shoulder. The water was still again, placid, deceptively calm. But I could feel it, the pulse beneath the surface, patient, eternal, watching, waiting. And I knew I had not left it. I had only joined its memory, and some part of me would always linger there beneath moonlight, beneath shadows, beneath the eternal watch of the lake. The door groaned when I pushed it open, protesting after decades of neglect. Rust streaked the hinges, and the lock had long given up on holding anything in or out. A musty smell hit me immediately, the sharp tang of mildew mixed with something sweet and chemical, like old medicine left to fester. I hesitated in the doorway, eyes adjusting to the dim light that seeped through broken windows. Shadows pooled in the corners, waiting. The hallway stretched ahead, narrow and endless, with peeling paint curling like dead skin. I stepped inside, boots echoing on the cracked linoleum. Each step stirred dust motes that hung in the air like tiny ghosts. The walls whispered under the weight of silence, something pressing just beyond hearing, and I realized I was already being watched. Not by a person, not yet, but by the building itself, aware of every footstep, every breath I drew. Old wheelchairs leaned against the walls like waiting figures. Their metal frames were corroded, brittle, ready to collapse if touched. The faint scent of rust clung to them. I ran my hand along the cold steel. The texture was rough, sharp, almost abrasive, and a tiny shiver crawled down my spine. Behind me, I thought I heard a whisper, soft, indistinct, but my ears told me it was only the building settling. Yet the feeling persisted, eyes waiting, watching, counting. Rooms lined the corridor, doors either hanging open or missing entirely. I stepped into the first one. Broken glass crunched underfoot. Inside, the remnants of the past lay scattered. A bed frame collapsed in the corner, mattress sagging and stained beyond recognition, and bottles of pills littered the floor, labels faded to ghostly smudges. Some had toppled, their contents spilling into the carpet. I bent down to touch one but recoiled. The powder had hardened into a crust, yellowed and fragile, like dust mixed with decay. I thought I heard footsteps upstairs. I froze. My heartbeat thudded in my ears. I told myself it was the building settling again. But the sound repeated, deliberate, slow, almost soft enough to make me doubt my own senses. It wasn't a shadow I could see. It was in the silence, threaded into the very air, dragging attention with it. I swallowed hard and pressed forward along the narrow corridor, the smell of rot growing stronger, heavier, pulling at the back of my throat. One room caught my attention, its door slightly ajar, hinges hanging crooked. Inside, the walls were scrawled with something. Words scratched deep into plaster, some letters missing, others barely legible. I stepped closer. The phrases were fragmented, desperate. "Please, don't leave me, they hear I ca." My chest tightened. The handwriting shifted mid-line, jagged, panicked. It felt alive, the scratches vibrating under my fingers. I wanted to leave, to turn back, but curiosity anchored me in place, hands trembling as I traced the etchings. A sudden draft passed through the corridor, cold and sharp, carrying the faint scent of antiseptic long gone. The words on the wall seemed to shift in the corner of my eye. I blinked and they were still there, but something beneath them, faint, darker, like a shadow, pressed into the plaster. My stomach knotted. I turned away quickly, only to see another doorway further down where shadows pooled thickly in the threshold. Something about the air there felt heavier, like it was breathing in anticipation. The floorboards creaked underfoot, each one groaning as if complaining about my intrusion. I stepped carefully, boots scraping over old stains that seemed more than water or rust. Some patches shimmered faintly under the dim light, reflecting like wet. I stopped, staring at the pattern. For a moment I swore it resembled footprints. Not my own and not fresh, but layered, decades of steps pressed into the wood. Steps of people who had been here, walking these halls, never leaving. The thought crawled under my skin. A door slammed somewhere far down the hall. I jumped, breath catching in my throat. Silence fell again, heavy, pressing, and the smell of decay sharpened as if angered. I swallowed, forcing myself forward. My hand brushed against the wall, peeling paint flaked into my palm, and I realized the walls themselves were communicating. Not with words, but with texture, with layers of neglect, of suffering embedded into the plaster. I could feel the history of the building, thick and heavy, waiting to be remembered. I reached what had once been the nurse's station. Desks sagged under the weight of dust and broken equipment. Charts, brittle and yellowed, lay scattered. I picked up one. Names, dates, medications. But some entries were incomplete, lines smudged, crossed out, replaced with question marks. My fingers trembled. The absence was more telling than anything written. I could almost hear the echoes of patients, their voices rising in whispered panic behind these walls, asking to be seen, remembered. I moved toward the main staircase, noticing how the air grew colder with each step. My breath steamed in faint clouds before me, catching on the corners of my skull. The stairs creaked, groaning, holding memories in each worn step. As I reached the landing, I peered down another corridor, dimly lit, twisted in shadow. Something moved in the corner of my vision, quick and fleeting. I turned. Nothing. But the sense of being watched had intensified, like the building itself leaned closer to examine me. A door at the end of the hall beckoned. It was the only one still painted, peeling white with a tarnished metal handle. I opened it slowly. The room inside was sparse. A single bed, a small cabinet, a chair toppled. But the air was different here, thick, heavy, like it had absorbed the screams of 100 nights. The floorboards creaked under invisible weight. I froze, listening. And then I heard it soft, a voice barely audible coming from nowhere and everywhere. "Why are you here?" My hands shook. I wanted to answer. I wanted to tell it I didn't belong, that I was just passing through, but the voice didn't wait. It pressed closer, layering with others until I couldn't distinguish one from another. "You shouldn't have come. They never leave. Stay with us." The words echoed, bouncing off the walls, the floor, the ceiling, seeping into my skull. I stepped back, tripping over the chair, and the sound grew louder, insistent, almost pleading. The smell of mildew turned sharper, acrid, metallic, and I gagged. Something brushed against my ankle. I looked down, but there was nothing. The shadows seemed to pulse, expanding slightly toward me, testing boundaries. My heart thudded painfully. I tried to move toward the door to escape, but the hallway seemed longer, distorted, stretching further than it should. Each step I took was slower, heavier, as if the building resisted my leaving. I stopped near a cracked window. Moonlight fell across the floor, revealing scratches in the wood, letters carved into the planks, names, initials, dates, some recent, some decades old. I traced one with my fingertip. My stomach dropped. The initials matched the ones on the nurse's station chart I had seen earlier. The realization hit me with icy certainty. The building never forgot. It cataloged everyone who entered. And now I was part of its memory, just another name waiting to be scratched, remembered, or lost. A sudden creak above me made me glance up. The ceiling panels were warped, sagging. Something moved there. I couldn't tell what, a shadow, a rat, or something else watching from above, riding the darkness like a vessel. I swallowed, forcing calm. I had to keep moving, had to see the rest, had to understand why the air felt so alive with history. But the building didn't just let me look, it let me feel. It let me know, in small, suffocating ways, that it remembered everything, and that I could never truly leave. I moved down the hall again, passing rooms filled with toppled furniture and forgotten supplies. Each step released a new scent, a new memory embedded in the walls. One room contained jars, yellowed with age, holding pills or chemicals I couldn't identify. Another had a mattress pressed against the wall, its stuffing spilling, forming shapes that were almost faces. I blinked, and they disappeared, leaving only ragged foam and shadow. I felt my mind bending around the building's attention, reshaping my perception, until I wasn't sure what belonged to the present, and what was memory pressed into wood and plaster. Finally, I reached the end of the hallway. A large double door, rusted metal, engraved with a name I couldn't decipher. Beyond it, the faint sound of dripping water echoing off the walls, a rhythm like breathing. I pushed it open slowly. The room inside was enormous, empty but for the echo. I stepped in and the doors slammed behind me. My heart jumped. Silence. Absolute silence, but it pressed against me, heavy, aware. The smell here was strongest. Medicinal decay, rot, and something sharp I couldn't name. I realized then, the building wasn't just old. It wasn't just abandoned. It was awake, listening, remembering, cataloging. And now it remembered me. I backed toward the door, careful, deliberate, but the hallway stretched endlessly before me. Shadows pooled, thick and patient. I swallowed. Somewhere deep inside, I knew I had seen only a fraction of what it held. The building, with its rust, rot, and lingering spirits, was more than a shell. It was a repository of everything that had been lost here, everything silenced, and I had entered its memory. The door handle rattled in my hand, cold metal, indifferent. I pulled. It wouldn't budge. The shadows seemed to lean closer. I pressed my palm against the wall, and the plaster felt alive beneath my fingers, cold and pulsing, as though the building's heart beat through it. I realized then that leaving wasn't an act of walking out. It was an acknowledgement, a transaction. I could go, but the building would carry me with it in ways I could never understand, marking me, remembering me, embedding me into its story. I exhaled, trembling, letting the breath carry me forward. The building whispered, sighing through broken windows, rusted hinges, and peeling paint. Every step I took echoed in the corridor, swallowed by the thick, patient air. I would leave eventually, but part of me would linger, watching, remembering, becoming another whisper in the walls, another name in the records, another memory pressed into the rot. I found the office door locked, the kind of heavy metal that had resisted entry for decades. The handle rattled under my hand, groaning like it remembered every visitor who had tried before. With one hard push, it gave way. A cloud of dust erupted, making me cough. The smell hit me first. Musty paper, chemical antiseptics long evaporated, and something metallic like dried blood. My skin prickled. This room had kept its secrets well. Inside, filing cabinets leaned against the walls, drawers warped, some hanging open as though rejected by gravity. I knelt before the nearest one. Papers had yellowed to brittle sheets, curled at the corners, ink faded to gray. The first file I opened had a patient's name scrawled on the front. The handwriting was precise, almost clinical, but underneath someone had scratched a frantic note. "He doesn't sleep. He listens. He sees." I swallowed hard. I didn't know who had written it, the staff, a visitor, or the patient himself, but the desperation was unmistakable. Flipping through the pages, I noticed reports of behaviors that made my stomach turn. Patients wandering at night, muttering to shadows, refusing to leave their rooms. Notes about sudden disappearances, names crossed out, replaced with question marks. In some cases, the notes ended mid-sentence, ink smudged like the writer had been interrupted. One report read, "Subject does not react to stimuli. Eyes follow without blinking. Voices echo but no one answers." The words lingered, more alive than they should be on paper. A drawer further down held folders marked with strange symbols I didn't recognize. I pulled one free. Inside were sketches, crude but deliberate, of figures contorted unnaturally, limbs bending in ways that felt physically impossible. Each page had annotations. Experiment 4B, response to isolation, threshold unknown. I shivered. The building had been more than a hospital. It had been a lab, a place where the line between care and cruelty had dissolved decades ago. A sudden creak behind me made me freeze. I held my breath, heart thundering. Nothing moved. I told myself it was the building again, old floorboards settling with the night, but the hairs on my arms stood on end. Something unseen was listening, aware that I had started reading, that I had begun piecing together stories that were not meant to be uncovered. The air grew colder, heavier, pressing against my lungs. I opened another file. This one belonged to a patient named Wilkins. Notes described strange nocturnal behaviors, hallucinations, or were they observations, of people who didn't exist. The final entry was a single word repeated over and over. "They watch, always." I traced the letters with my finger. The ink was dry, but I swear I felt a faint vibration, like a pulse under the paper, as if the words themselves were alive, resonating with the fear they described. One folder fell from the stack, tumbling to the floor. I bent to pick it up. The pages were photographs, black and white, slightly blurry, of patients. Some looked calm, almost resigned. Others twisted their faces in silent screams. One image made me stop cold. A figure crouched in the corner of the frame looked almost human, but its eyes were empty hollows, blacker than anything I'd ever seen. I could not turn away. The camera must have caught something it shouldn't have, something that lived between exposure and reality. I felt a presence beside me, or maybe behind me. My head snapped up. Nothing. Only shadows pooling under the flickering light of a broken ceiling lamp. My own reflection in a dusty pane of glass stared back at me, pale and hollow-eyed, and I realized I was no longer just reading about fear. I was beginning to inhabit it. The building had been patient zero of its own horrors, cataloging terror and now sharing it with me. Another file was marked experimental observations, restricted. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to close it, put it back, pretend I had never seen anything. But another part needed to know. I opened it. Notes described treatments, isolated rooms, sensory deprivation, methods to trigger specific behaviors. There were diagrams of mechanisms I couldn't fully understand, but they were designed to manipulate the body and mind. One diagram showed a subject restrained, head tilted unnaturally, with annotations about how the eyes reacted to darkness. I shivered. The writing wasn't clinical. It was meticulous, obsessive, almost reverent. The shadows in the room deepened, and I noticed a faint odor that hadn't been there before. Metallic, like blood long dried but fresh somehow, underlying the smell of decay. I told myself it was imagination, a trick of the mind playing on the eerie atmosphere. But then I heard a soft scratching, deliberate, from the far corner of the room. I spun toward it. A filing cabinet drawer shuddered as if touched by an invisible hand. My stomach twisted. I wanted to leave, but curiosity, darker than fear, rooted me to the spot. Inside the corner drawer were scraps of paper, almost like notes jotted in haste. One read, "Patient X is not responsive. Eyes follow. Do not leave alone." Another, Subject Y disappeared between 2:00 a.m. and 2:03 a.m. No trace found. The times were exact, precise, obsessive. The building was keeping track even when the staff did not. I imagined the walls listening, the floors remembering, the air itself holding secrets. It was not just the files, it was everything. I was intruding into a memory that refused to die. I noticed a set of photographs in the back of one folder. They depicted patients standing near windows, shadows stretching unnaturally behind them. Some looked directly at the camera. One in particular froze me in place. The figure's head was tilted slightly, a hand pressed to the glass as though to feel what lay beyond. But the eyes, empty black pits, seemed to look past the camera into me. My breath caught. I could not look away. A sudden knock echoed through the hallway outside. Sharp, polite, human. I froze, pulse racing. The building was patient, but it had patience too. I told myself it was someone else, another intruder, but the sound came again, deliberate. And then a whisper almost beneath the threshold of hearing, "You shouldn't be here." My knees went weak. I realized I wasn't just reading these files. I was part of them now. The building had noticed me. I opened another patient folder. The notes inside were chaotic, entries scratched across the page, lines drawn through words. One described a patient who whispered to shadows, convinced the walls moved. I laughed nervously, but it wasn't humor. It was recognition. The patient's paranoia made sense here. The air was thick with observation, as if the walls themselves were sentient. I could feel them pressing closer, and I realized the building didn't need witnesses. It needed participation. And I was participating, breathing in its memories, inhaling its history of fear. Rooms seemed to pulse with each discovery. My shadow stretched across the floor, warped by the flickering lamp. The papers rustled in my hands even when I was still. Some pages seemed heavier, pressing downward like they carried weight beyond paper and ink. I saw a name repeated in several files, Elliot Crawford. The notes suggested he had vanished without a trace, one night in isolation. The writing hinted that the staff had known more than they ever recorded. I wondered, did the building remember him still? Could it have kept him here, in some way, between memory and matter? I moved toward the far side of the office, and a stack of files toppled over. Pages scattered, revealing scribbles, drawings, and timelines of disappearances spanning decades. I bent to collect them, noticing faint fingerprints in dust and powder. Not mine. Someone or something had been here recently. My pulse quickened. The thought that I was not alone, that something had touched these files just before me, gnawed at the edges of my mind. The air seemed to thicken, watching, calculating, measuring my reactions. I pulled open the last drawer. Inside were notebooks, journals written by patients themselves. Handwriting ranged from calm to frantic, often shifting mid-page. One journal described the sensation of eyes following constantly, even in the dark. Another described voices that whispered through the vents and walls. I read them quickly, heart hammering. The experiences were uniform: isolation, observation, compulsion, fear. And then at the very end of the last journal, a single sentence, underlined in heavy ink: "We are never alone, not ever." A cold gust rolled through the office. The scattered papers lifted slightly, swaying as if breathed on by an invisible force. My stomach knotted. The shadows were stretching, darker now, reaching. I realized I had been holding my breath for minutes. I exhaled slowly, and a sound answered me from the far corner, a soft scraping, slow, deliberate. I wanted to leave, to slam the door behind me, but the files, the memories, the whispers held me in place. I was part of their story now. I stood among the toppled files, the weight of decades pressing down on me. The building was patient zero of its own terrors, and I was just another observer, another participant, catalogued now in memory and shadow. The files had revealed fragments of horrors, hints of disappearances, whispers of experiments. But the building itself was alive with them, and I had walked straight into its archive, into its pulse, into its attention. I had learned its rules: read, witness, remember, and in remembering, become part of it. The office seemed to sigh, a low, human-like exhalation through the cracked walls and broken windows. I gathered a few of the more fragile files, hesitant, aware that I was taking pieces of the building with me. As I backed toward the door, Shadows shifted in ways that made my skin crawl. I knew the building would remember that I had been here, and perhaps it would watch for my return. I pushed the office door open, stepping into the dim hallway. Dust rose from my boots, scattering across the floor like tiny specters. The smell of decay, chemicals, and something faintly metallic pressed at me from every direction. I could hear the building exhaling behind me, a low, patient awareness that had cataloged every page I touched, every name I read. I walked slowly, deliberately, knowing I could never truly leave the memory of what I had uncovered. The files were fragments, yes, but the building was complete and it would not forget. The hospital was silent, but silence here was dangerous. It wasn't emptiness, it was patience. Every corner, every corridor seemed to breathe just beyond perception. I was in the East Wing, the part that had collapsed decades ago, and the smell of mildew mixed with rotting plaster made my stomach turn. My flashlight cut a narrow path through the dark, flickering as though the building didn't want me to see clearly. I kept telling myself it was just the old wiring, the loose battery, but deep down I knew better. Then I heard it, faint at first, almost imagined but real. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, packing along the floor above me. I froze, gripping the railing of the stairwell. My heartbeat roared in my ears. The upper wing had been abandoned for years. There shouldn't be anyone there. No one. Yet the sound persisted, echoing through the halls in a rhythm that made the air pulse with menace. I tried to rationalize it. Rats on the beams, loose floorboards, the building settling. But every rational thought was drowned out by the pattern of those steps. Heavy, light, then heavy again, too deliberate to be random. I felt the walls watching, leaning closer, urging me to move toward them. The question that burned in my chest, who or what was walking up there? I climbed the stairs slowly, each step a groan against the weight of decades. The air grew colder, sharper, carrying with it the faint tang of iron. Dust lifted under my feet, swirling in the flashlight's beam. I glanced at the cracked walls, peeling paint curling like skin. Shadows clung to every corner, stretching unnaturally. Something was watching me, not just the building, something within it, unseen, waiting. At the landing, the footsteps paused. I held my breath, listening. Then they shifted, circling above me, tracing the hall like a predator marking territory. I felt a faint vibration through the floorboards, like the echo of something alive, something aware of my presence. I wanted to call out, to demand someone answer me, but my voice stuck in my throat. Fear made my tongue heavy. I edged down the hallway, flashlight shaking in my hand. Old doors leaned on rusted hinges. Each room was a tomb, filled with dust and the lingering scent of chemicals. Cabinets toppled in the corners, papers fluttering like trapped birds. I noticed a pattern. In some rooms, the floorboards were scuffed, as if someone had dragged something heavy. Others were pristine, untouched by human or inhuman footsteps. Why some rooms and not others? I paused outside one room. The air was colder here. A low hum seemed to vibrate through the walls, almost imperceptible. I pressed my ear to the door. Silence. Then a soft creak. The handle wiggled. I jerked back, heart racing. The door didn't open. It never had to. The sense of being watched was enough to make my skin crawl. I moved on, every shadow a living thing, every floorboard a witness. Another set of footsteps sounded, closer now, directly above me. I couldn't see them, yet I could feel the weight, the deliberate packing of someone or something, circling the upper rooms. I wanted to run, but curiosity held me. I had come this far. I had already seen the patient files, the experiments, the forgotten wings. To leave now felt like surrendering to the building itself. The corridor narrowed, forcing me to walk along the edge. My flashlight beam caught a series of old beds, metal frames twisted and rusted, mattresses crumbling. I imagined the patients, the whispers of their fears lingering in the air, feeding the walls. I felt an almost physical pressure behind me, like the footsteps had followed me down, invisible but tangible. My chest tightened. Breathing became deliberate, careful. I couldn't afford to make a sound that would draw attention. At the far end of the hallway, a staircase led to the upper wing. I hesitated. The footsteps had stopped, but I could feel their absence as much as their presence. The silence was loud, full of intent. I climbed step by step, the wood groaning beneath me. My mind raced through every rational explanation. No one had been here for decades, yet the building hummed with life, or memories, or something else, something patient, something waiting. The upper hallway opened into a wide gallery of rooms. I shone my flashlight down the corridor. Doors hung at odd angles. Broken windows let in slivers of moonlight, cutting the darkness into sharp blades. And then I saw it, or thought I did. A shadow at the end of the hall, darker than the darkness around it, moving slightly but never fully stepping into view. My breath caught. The shadow was deliberate, aware, as if it had been waiting for me. I advanced slowly. Each step felt like intrusion into a sacred, cursed space. The shadow shifted with me, retreating just beyond the reach of the flashlight. Then the footsteps resumed, softer now, circling the rooms. I realized they weren't walking in a straight line, they were observing. The building had eyes I couldn't see, senses I couldn't comprehend, and it was aware of me. I found a room at the very end, the floor warped and rotten. I crouched by the doorframe, listening. The footsteps had stopped again, but now a faint whisper drifted down from above, unintelligible, almost like a chant. I strained, but could only catch fragments. "Never leave, always watch," my skin prickled. The words were not meant for me. They were part of the building, carried in the echoes of its long-dead residents. I noticed marks on the floorboards near the doorway, scrapes as if furniture had been dragged hastily. A chair lay on its side, metal legs twisted. Dust coated it thickly, but there were faint streaks, fingerprints that couldn't possibly have been mine. My heart thudded. Someone or something had moved through this room recently. The building had recorded their presence, and now it was recording mine. I moved past the doorway into the room. Moonlight fell across a desk, its surface layered with dust. Papers littered the floor, some blank, others filled with handwriting I could not read. One sheet had words that seemed etched by an obsessive hand. "He comes, he sees, he knows." The letters vibrated faintly under my fingertips. I dropped the paper, a cold sweat on my brow. The building was alive in ways I couldn't explain, aware in ways that didn't obey logic. Then the footsteps came again, slow, circling, deliberate. They were closer than before, somewhere just above my head. I froze, straining to hear anything else. A soft thump like a hand pressing against wood, followed by another. The rhythm was human, yet impossible, erratic in timing. My pulse spiked. I wanted to leave, to descend the stairs, but something drew me forward. Curiosity, morbid fascination. The need to know who or what was walking up there. I edged to a window, peering into the moonlit courtyard below. Shadows stretched unnaturally across the cracked ground. I thought I saw figures flicker among them, glimpses of past patients or ghosts conjured by my mind. I didn't know, but the movement confirmed one thing. The hospital wasn't empty. It never had been. Some part of it, some memory, some spirit had endured, and now it was aware of me. I stepped back from the window, flashlight trembling. The footsteps shifted, moving in a slow circle above, then pausing. I realized the pattern was deliberate, methodical. The building itself seemed to be guiding them, orchestrating their motion, controlling the space. I felt dizzy, disoriented, as if the walls had tilted, the floor undulating beneath me. The air vibrated with intent. I was not the master here. I was a visitor, an intruder, catalogued and observed. A sudden gust of wind rattled the broken windows. Papers lifted, swirling like tiny specters. The footsteps paused abruptly. Silence. I held my breath. The room seemed to inhale with me, the shadows pooling in corners, thickening. Then a soft thud behind me. I spun. Nothing, just the edge of my own flashlight beam cutting across the wall, but the hair on my arm stood on end. The hospital had noticed me. Not just the building, but something inside it. Watching. Waiting. I backed toward the staircase, careful not to make noise. Each step down seemed heavier, as if gravity had increased, the building itself resisting my departure. The footsteps followed, lighter now, almost playful in their persistence. I dared not look up. I could sense them in my periphery, circling the upper rooms, unseen but present. I understood finally. Leaving would not end their attention. Not tonight, not ever. The lower hallway stretched before me, dark and quiet, yet every shadow was alive. I glanced at a doorway where years ago patients had whispered scratched, disappeared. The walls seemed to hum faintly, the air thick with memory and intent. I had learned the rhythm of the upper footsteps, circling, watching, patient. The building was alive with them, alive with the echoes of its long-dead residents, and I was now part of the pattern. I reached the main staircase, pausing at the top step. The footsteps above stopped once more. Silence. But the air was thick, vibrating with attention. I understood. They were not here to harm me, at least not yet. They existed to observe, to witness, to ensure that those who walked these halls remembered their own mortality. I took a deep breath, heart racing, and descended slowly, knowing the echoes above would follow me, perhaps forever. The hospital exhaled behind me, dust swirling, shadows shifting. I realized the building would never release me. I had witnessed its life, its memory, its patient residents. And in doing so, I had joined them. Another shadow among shadows, a heartbeat counted in the rhythm of unseen footsteps above. The corridor stretched ahead, long and narrow, walls yellowed with age and neglect. The peeling paint curled like dead skin, and the smell of mildew pressed against my chest, heavy and suffocating. Every step I took made the floorboards moan under my weight. I wanted to leave. I should have left hours ago. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that the hospital itself wasn't done with me. The lights flickered above, casting uneven shadows that danced across the walls. I noticed doors along the hall, some hanging crookedly, others sealed tight with rusted locks. Each one seemed to whisper secrets I wasn't meant to hear. My flashlight barely cut through the darkness, yet it revealed enough. Scratches on the wood, faint handprints in the dust, and the faint trace of something darker along the hinges, as if someone, or something, had passed through recently. I tried the first door on the right, locked. The keyhole rusted, but there was a faint chill radiating from it as if it were breathing. I pressed my ear to the wood. Silence. Not even the creak of settling timbers, but I felt it, a pull in my chest, a small tug of fear that I couldn't explain. Some doors, I realized, were never meant to be opened. Some doors weren't just barriers, they were warnings. I moved forward past peeling signs that marked rooms I couldn't read. The hallway twisted in ways that didn't make sense. Shadows pooled in corners, and for a moment I thought I saw movement at the far end, just a flicker, a dark shape shifting across the gloom. I froze, heart hammering, telling myself it was just the light, just my imagination. But when I stepped forward, the shape was gone, leaving only the silent emptiness behind. A door on the left caught my eye. It sagged slightly on its hinges, light from my flashlight catching a thin line beneath it. I approached, hand trembling. Inside, I could see the remnants of a bed, sheets stiff and torn, a chair tipped over. The smell was worse here, something sour, metallic. I could almost imagine the people who had lived or been kept here. Shadows of their pain lingered in the corners, in the way the dust clung to the furniture. I tried another door. Locked. Again, a chill seeped through, and I realized the locks weren't just physical. They weren't barriers of wood and metal. They were seals for memories, for events that the hospital wanted to keep buried. Some doors, I understood, weren't meant to open. They were final. And the longer I walked, the more I felt the building itself press in on me, urging me to remember, to see what it had refused to release for decades. The lights flickered violently as I moved past the nurse's station. Papers littered the floor, reports, logs, scribbled notes. I bent to pick one up. It was old, brittle, filled with handwriting that looped and twisted unnaturally. Mentions of patients who had vanished. Experiments conducted in rooms I had passed, rooms that now sat silent. The more I read, the heavier the air became, as if the building was reacting to my curiosity, to my intrusion. A soft creak echoed behind me. I spun, empty hallway. The door I had just passed hung slightly ajar, though I had closed it. A faint glow seeped from the gap, flickering like candlelight. My pulse spiked. I told myself it was a reflection, a trick of the light. But deep down, I knew better. Some doors didn't just hold spaces, they held life, or the echoes of it, stubborn and unwilling to fade. I reached the end of the hall. 2 doors stood there, both sealed, both radiating an almost tangible weight. I pressed my hand to one of them. The wood was ice cold, almost pulsing beneath my fingers. A whisper brushed my ear, faint, unintelligible, like the building's memory leaking through the cracks. I stumbled back, heart hammering. The door didn't move, yet it seemed alive, aware of me. I realized then, some doors lock not against the living, but to keep the dead contained. I moved slowly back toward the main staircase. The lights flickered again, and for a brief second the hallway looked different, as if I had stepped into another layer of the hospital, one that existed beneath reality. Shadows pooled in impossible shapes, twisting into figures that vanished when I blinked. My flashlight beam shook. I wanted to run, but my legs refused. Fear wasn't enough to make me leave. Curiosity, dread, and the need to witness all held me fast. A door on the left creaked. I stopped, flashlight raised. Nothing moved. Yet the sound echoed like footsteps down the hall, deliberate, slow. I realized it wasn't just doors and light that could trap me. It was the sense of being watched, of being cataloged by something I could neither see nor understand. Every locked door, every flickering light was a note in a symphony of silence, and I was the uninvited listener. I found another door partially open, the hinges rusty but still moving. Inside, a small office sat frozen in time. Cabinets lined the walls, drawers half open, papers spilling onto the floor. I bent to read a folder. Names, dates, notes of patients who disappeared without explanation, experiments that went wrong. Words like unclaimed and never returned stared back at me. I felt a chill creep up my spine. The building had seen too much, and it remembered every detail. The lights above began to flicker faster. I shivered, realizing that each flicker revealed more than shadows. I thought I saw shapes, fleeting and dark, moving just beyond my vision. I blinked and they were gone, but the sense of awareness remained. The hospital had noticed me, not just my presence, but my intentions. Every door I passed, every file I read, every step I took was catalogued. I was no longer an intruder. I was a participant in its memory. I descended the staircase slowly. The lower hall stretched before me, long and dimly lit. Shadows clung to every corner, every doorway. I noticed doors that hadn't been there before, locked with rusted bolts, gaps of darkness seeping through. I realized some doors may never open again. Some souls may never rest. The building wasn't just decaying. It was alive with its history, feeding on the curiosity of those foolish enough to walk its halls. A faint whisper followed me down the steps, a voice half-formed and distant. I couldn't understand the words, but the intent was clear. Remember, witness, leave, but never forget. I moved faster, flashlight bouncing along the walls. I reached the main hall. The exit was ahead. I thought of freedom, of leaving this place behind. Yet even as I approached the door, I felt the weight of the locked doors pressing against my chest. They were reminders, warnings, invitations. I paused at the threshold. The night beyond the hospital was calm, quiet, but inside the building hummed with memory. Doors I had passed, rooms I hadn't entered, corridors that twisted impossibly, they waited. Some doors may open again, some may never. The memories they held would outlast me, outlast anyone who entered. I realized then that leaving wasn't just about walking out. It was about carrying a part of this place with me, whether I wanted to or not. I stepped into the night. The wind felt sharp, cold, slicing through the humidity of the hospital. Behind me, the building seemed to sigh, the faint creak of hinges and rusted locks following me. I didn't look back. I couldn't. But even as I walked away, I felt the weight of those locked doors, of those fading lights pressing into my mind. They were reminders that some things were never meant to be opened, some souls never meant to rest, and some memories never meant to fade. I realized that night, as I walked into the darkness beyond the hospital, that the building would continue to exist long after me. Its doors would remain locked, its lights would flicker, and its memories would linger. And somewhere inside, the echoes of the past would wait for the next person foolish enough to enter. I didn't know if I was the last to leave or if I had already become part of its memory. But I knew one thing. Some doors are never truly closed, and some lights never truly fade. The forest beyond the hospital was quiet, but the memory of the locked doors pressed against my mind, a shadow I couldn't shake. I had left the building behind, yet it had not left me. The flickering lights, the creaking hinges, the whisper of forgotten souls, they followed me, a quiet reminder of the night I stepped into a place that had never intended to release me. Some doors may open again. some never will, and some souls will never rest. I first saw Platform Zero through the mist, a thin ribbon of concrete cutting through the fog like a wound. The lights were dim, flickering, as if the station itself was breathing, exhaling shadows that stretched across the tracks. No trains moved here, not for decades, they said. Yet the air carried a vibration, subtle and persistent, like a memory trying to speak. The boards under my feet groaned with each step. Water pooled in patches along the cracks, reflecting the flickering lamps above. I noticed the benches, splintered and damp, and the faint smell of rust like iron mixed with cold rain. It was the smell of things long forgotten. I wondered how many people had waited here, and how many had simply vanished. A shiver ran down my spine. Signs hung crooked, some pointing nowhere, others scribbled with words I couldn't read. Platform Zero was etched into a cracked tile at the far end, letters worn smooth by time. I moved closer, drawn by a curiosity I didn't trust. The air felt heavier here, thick, almost sticky. I thought I saw movement at the edge of my vision, someone standing at the far platform. But when I blinked, the shape dissolved into fog. I ran my fingers over the edge of the platform. The wood was cold and damp, and beneath it the rails glinted faintly in the mist. I imagined trains that never arrived, passengers who stepped off one reality and into another. The stories said travelers simply disappeared here, never leaving, never remembered. I swallowed, trying to convince myself it was just myth, but my heart didn't believe it. Some places hold what shouldn't be held. The ticket booth was empty, glass cracked, counters coated in dust. Paper scraps littered the floor, yellowed and brittle. I bent to pick one up. It was a schedule, though the times didn't make sense. Trains that should have come decades ago were listed in ink that somehow looked fresh. I felt the first prickling of unease. The station wasn't dead. It was waiting, and maybe it had always been. A low hum ran through the air, vibrating through the soles of my shoes. I froze, straining to hear. Nothing. Then a whisper just behind me, almost imperceptible. I spun, but the platform was empty. Fog swirled at my feet, rising in soft tendrils as if breathing along with me. My flashlight caught something across the tracks, a suitcase, upright and alone. No one was around. The mist shifted and the suitcase seemed to tremble. I stepped closer. The leather was cracked, wet with dew, and the handle moved slightly as if someone had just let go. My pulse spiked. I wanted to look away, to leave. But some part of me needed to see, needed to know. I lifted the handle. The suitcase was empty, nothing inside, yet the air seemed to thrum with expectation, and I felt eyes, countless unseen eyes, fixed on me. The fog thickened, wrapping the station in white silence. I thought I heard the clatter of wheels, soft and distant, coming closer. I looked down the tracks, hopping to see some sign, but there was nothing. No train, no engine, no light in the distance, just fog and silence. And yet the sound persisted, a rhythm in my chest, echoing footsteps that didn't belong to me. I walked along the platform, every step resonating in the hollow station. The wooden boards creaked and shifted under my weight. I passed benches where the metal frames had rusted through, leaving jagged edges. Shadows pooled around the supports, dark and deep. For a moment I thought I saw the outline of a man sitting there, hunched and still. But when I looked directly, the figure was gone. Only the fog remained. Signs of the missing were everywhere if you looked closely. Scratched initials on posts, worn grooves in the concrete where suitcases might have rested, coins embedded in the cracks as offerings, maybe from those hopping to leave something behind. I bent to pick up a coin, small and green with age. It felt warm in my palm, warm, as if it had been waiting for me to touch it. A sudden wind blew, rattling the lamps. I stepped back, flashlight swinging. The shadows leapt, shapes bending in impossible angles. A sudden memory surfaced, stories told in hushed voices, travelers who never returned, families left waiting, train conductors who disappeared mid-shift. I shivered. It wasn't just a station. It was a trap, or maybe a door. Some people passed through, never knowing where they went, while others were left behind to fade, waiting in the fog. I felt my curiosity turning into fear, and yet I couldn't stop. I had to see the end of Platform Zero. I moved to the far end of the platform. A set of stairs led down to an abandoned underpass. The rails here were slick dark with something I didn't want to name. The fog parted briefly, revealing the concrete walls etched with marks, names, dates, scratches like nails against stone. Whoever had been here before me had left messages or warnings. My hands trembled as I traced one. A name, a date, and then another. Each one vanished into the darkness beneath the station. The hum returned, stronger this time, vibrating in my ears. I realized it wasn't coming from a train, it wasn't mechanical. It was the station itself, alive in some impossible way. Every board, every sign, every flickering lamp seemed to pulse with memory. And the fog carried sound. Whispers that overlapped, stories half told, footsteps that approached and receded. I wanted to run, but the underpass called me. It promised answers, even if they came with cost. I stepped down. The walls closed in, damp and narrow. Graffiti covered the concrete, crude messages scratched over decades. Some names matched the ones on the platform above. Some didn't. Shadows stretched along the walls as I moved, soft and curling, almost like fingers brushing at my coat. My flashlight illuminated nothing but the texture of concrete and the glint of water on the floor. And yet I felt it, someone or something, moving just beyond the light. Waiting. Watching. A door appeared ahead, small, metal, coated in rust. I tried the handle. Locked. I pressed my ear to it. Silence. Then a sound. A faint scuffle, soft and irregular. I pulled back, heart hammering. I wasn't alone. Something had been here, lingering in the darkness, existing in the space between memory and reality. The air smelled different now, sharper, colder, like metal and wet earth. I wondered if this was where travelers disappeared, if the underpass swallowed them whole. The fog drifted in, following me down the stairs, curling around my ankles, around my legs. My flashlight flickered, briefly plunging me into blackness. In that darkness, I imagined faces staring, blank, pale, impossible. I tried to breathe slowly to tell myself it was imagination, but the whispers didn't stop. They moved with me, changing tone, urgency, pleading. I stumbled, tripping over something unseen. My flashlight hit the floor, swinging wildly. Shadows twisted violently. I caught a glimpse of something metallic, glinting eyes, a reflection, a shape moving against the wall. I picked up the flashlight, hands shaking. The underpass seemed to stretch endlessly, the end obscured by fog. I realized then that Platform Zero wasn't a place you could simply walk through. It expanded, shifted, became something else if you lingered too long. Some travelers didn't vanish from the platform. They were consumed by it, absorbed into the mist and memory. And the station remembered them. It remembered everyone who had disappeared. I moved quickly, following the echo of my own footsteps, trying to stay ahead of whatever unseen thing lurked here. The walls seemed to pulse, the concrete groaning softly. I reached another stairwell leading back up. Relief washed over me. Sunlight, or what I thought was sunlight, leaked through the haze above. I was almost free. Almost. But then I noticed something that stopped me. My reflection, or maybe a shadow, in the puddle on the floor. I froze. The figure wasn't quite me. It lingered, separate, watching. And then I understood, leaving Platform Zero didn't mean leaving it behind. Part of it had followed. Part of it had always been inside anyone who stepped onto its boards. Some travelers returned, but changed. Some never returned at all. I ran up the stairs, through the fog, back onto the platform. The mist swirled, denser than before, hiding the tracks and the flickering lamps. I wanted to scream, but my voice was gone. I wanted to call for help, but there was no one here. Just the station, breathing, remembering, waiting. I could hear faint whistles, soft and slow, like a train that would never come. I left the platform as the mist began to thin. The lamps flickered one last time, then stabilized. The world beyond was normal, or at least it seemed normal, but I knew the truth. Platform Zero existed beyond reason, beyond time. It waited and it took. Travelers didn't vanish by accident. They were claimed. And anyone who saw the station, anyone who lingered, carried a piece of it forever. Even now, when I close my eyes, I feel the weight of those tracks beneath me, hear the whispers of travelers lost, and see the glinting eyes of shapes that never fully leave. I know I can never return, and yet I will always hear it, just beyond the fog, calling, reminding me that Platform Zero never forgets. And some doors, some tracks, some places, They are never meant to be crossed twice. I found the first ticket on the platform, wedged between a cracked bench and a puddle reflecting the flickering lamp above. Paper thin, faded yellow, edges frayed like it had been waiting for someone to notice it for decades. The ink was smudged, almost unreadable, but I could make out the name. No surname, just a single first name. A traveler who never arrived. The suitcase beside it was small, leather cracked and stiff. I ran my fingers over the handle. It felt cold, heavier than it should have been. Something about it made me pause. The fog curled around it like smoke from a long-dead fire. I tried to shake off the feeling, but the more I looked, the more the station seemed to lean in closer, listening. I wanted to leave, but my curiosity rooted me in place. Who had this belonged to, and where had they gone? I picked up the ticket carefully, letting my fingers trace the faded lines. Destination, nowhere. Departure time, long past. The edges crumbled under my touch. I noticed a second ticket on the floor, pinned under the wheel of a broken luggage cart. This one was different, almost new, ink still dark, though the paper had a faint, damp smell. Someone had been here more recently than I expected, or perhaps time in Platform Zero wasn't linear. A low hum drifted through the air, vibrating through the soles of my shoes. I glanced down the tracks, expecting movement, but nothing came. Still, the tickets seemed to pull me forward. I followed them, finding more scattered along the platform. Each suitcase told its own story, some small, some massive, all abandoned. I imagined the travelers, who they were, what they carried, and why they never returned. Every item whispered a fragment of a journey left unfinished. I bent to open a medium-sized suitcase. Inside were clothes neatly folded, untouched, as if the owner had paused, stepped away, and never returned. There was a diary, its leather cover soft and worn. I opened it. The pages were full of small, precise handwriting describing ordinary life, until the entries began to blur, lines of text twisting in strange loops, letters rearranging themselves when I blinked. A sense of vertigo hit me. The words seemed alive. They wanted me to read, to see. I dropped the diary, heart hammering. The fog shifted. I caught movement at the edge of my vision, a shadow sliding between lamp posts, lingering just beyond reach. My flashlight trembled in my hand. I wanted to call out to break the silence, but the sound of my own voice was swallowed instantly. The tickets crinkled softly under my fingers as if reacting. I realized that Platform Zero didn't just hold abandoned things. It held waiting travelers, waiting memories, waiting journeys. I moved down the platform, stepping over suitcases that seemed to grow in number with every step. Each one was different, some marked with names, others with cryptic symbols I didn't recognize. A small music box spilled from one of them, tiny notes jangling in the damp air. The melody was simple, almost childlike, but wrong. It repeated itself without end, looping in a way that made my stomach twist. I spun the box off its hinges, trying to silence it. The fog thickened in response, swallowing the sound, and I felt watched, always watched. One suitcase was open, a hat inside, nothing else. I picked it up. The lining smelled faintly of smoke and old perfume. I put it on. For a moment the station seemed different. The lamps flickered, and I thought I saw figures standing along the edges of the platform, frozen, staring. They were transparent at first, then solid, faces blurred but familiar. I took the hat off and the figures vanished, leaving only mist and the faint echo of footsteps that weren't mine. I noticed that the tickets weren't all the same. Some had typed names, others handwritten, some scribbled carelessly as if in panic. Departure times varied wildly. One ticket listed a train that had supposedly left before the station even existed. Another had no date at all. I tried to piece them together in my mind, a chain of journeys never completed, threads of lives dangling over the abyss. My pulse quickened. The realization hit me. These tickets weren't just markers of absence. They were warnings. And I was beginning to understand that Platform Zero kept track of those who lingered too long. A gust of wind rattled the lamps. I turned toward the sound. Across the platform, a small piece of luggage had moved, just a few inches, but enough. My stomach sank. Every item seemed alive, responsive. I walked closer, hand trembling. The suitcase shivered under my fingers. I tried to open it. Inside were photographs, sepia toned, showing people I didn't know. And yet I felt I did. faces blurred, smiling, frozen in moments I couldn't place. A soft whisper reached my ears. My name almost, or someone else's, lost to time. I stepped back, heart racing. The fog became thicker, wrapping around my ankles like slow fingers, pushing me toward the far end of the platform. I noticed a bench with dozens of tickets scattered across it. I bent to examine one. It had no name, only a single question. "Will you stay?" My blood ran cold. I looked up. The platform was empty, yet the station seemed to lean closer, expectant. I felt an urge to answer, to respond, though no voice came. A shadow flickered along the wall, too fast to see, but I knew it had passed behind me. I moved on, desperate to find a way out, but the tickets kept appearing, lining my path. Some stuck to the boards with a faint glue, others balanced on edges as if arranged for my eyes only. I realized each ticket represented a choice, a step in a journey, a life paused. The fog whispered again. I could hear the echo of trains that never came, the sighs of travelers waiting in limbo. Each step I took was heavier than the last. A suitcase larger than the rest blocked the tracks ahead. I approached cautiously. It rattled as if something inside was moving, though I saw nothing. I hesitated. Then a sound, a distant, muffled announcement crackling, barely audible. "All aboard, last call." My heart seized. There was no train in sight, yet the platform thrummed with expectation, anticipation, as if a departure were imminent, invisible. The luggage trembled again, responding to some call I couldn't hear. I bent to look inside, empty, but something dropped from the bottom, a small key tarnished, heavy in my hand. I turned it over, curious and fearful. Where would it fit? I didn't know. Something inside me told me to hold it, to take it with me, though I couldn't say why. The fog shifted violently, and I caught a glimpse of figures again, pale and waiting, standing along the edges, staring at me with hollow eyes. I ran my hand over the tickets scattered at my feet. They fluttered as if alive, pointing toward the station exit, toward something beyond the platform I couldn't yet see. The air smelled sharper, metallic, like a storm about to break. I looked back at the rows of luggage. Some were stacked neatly, others strewn carelessly. I thought I saw hands reaching from inside one of the suitcases, clawing slowly at the seams. I froze, frozen in disbelief, until the fog shifted again, revealing nothing. A deep, resonant vibration ran through the platform, almost like the pulse of the station itself. Every ticket fluttered once, then stilled. The whispering was gone. For a moment, the silence was total. I thought I had a path out. I followed it, stepping carefully over scattered suitcases and torn tickets. Each step echoed in the hollow platform. But then I noticed a ticket stuck in the crack of the boards. I bent down. It was mine, printed in perfect clarity, ink dark against the yellowed paper. Destination, nowhere. Departure, now. The weight of it pressed against my chest, the ink seeming to pulse. My hand shook as I tried to drop it, but it clung. The station had marked me. I ran, my shoes splashing through puddles, flashlight swinging. The fog twisted around me, wrapping tighter, thickening with every step. The tickets followed, scattering in front of me, each fluttering as if alive, mocking my escape. I stumbled onto the main platform, saw the distant exit, a faint glow beyond the fog. Relief surged, almost tangible. And yet I knew it wasn't real freedom. Platform 0 never lets go completely. Some part of it lingers, always. The exit drew closer. The fog thinned briefly, revealing the tracks beyond, shining wet in the dim light. And then I saw them, dozens of faint silhouettes standing along the rails, half-formed, blurred. Their eyes glinted as if aware of my every move. They were waiting, not angry, not cruel, but patient. The station had collected them, and it would collect me too if I stopped. I sprinted the last few steps, breath burning in my chest, heart hammering against ribs that felt too tight. I reached the edge of the platform. Sunlight, or what I thought was sunlight, spilled through the mist, warm and weak. I stumbled onto solid ground, the tickets fluttering behind me, carried back by a breeze I couldn't feel. The platform lay quiet again, still and waiting as if I had never been there. I looked back once, and the mist swirled, revealing nothing, yet somehow hinting that everything I had seen remained, waiting for the next traveler. Even now, the weight of the tickets presses on my memory. I can see them in my dreams, scattered along the platform, some marked with names I recognize, some still blank, waiting. I wonder if the travelers ever really left. I wonder if Platform Zero ever forgets. I wonder what happens to the ones who board trains that never come. And deep inside, I know, just knowing it, some part of me will always belong there, tied to the luggage, the tickets, the endless fog. I found it tucked behind the counter of the empty ticket office, wedged under a stack of rusted ledgers. The journal was leather-bound, cracked, with the faint smell of tobacco and old ink. The cover bore no name, just a deep groove in the leather where something had once been pressed. I picked it up, fingers brushing over the worn edges. The first page was blank, but I could feel it waiting, heavy with something unsaid, as if it had been breathing in the station's silence for decades. I flipped to the next entry, date, decades ago. The handwriting was precise, deliberate, each stroke neat but cold. It began with trivial notes, arrivals, departures, weather. Then something shifted. Mentions of missing travelers, faint rumors, and half-formed suspicions. The more I read, the more I realized the station itself had been keeping secrets long before I arrived. There was a paragraph about a family who had vanished one rainy evening. Their luggage left by the platform, a small toy train abandoned between two benches. The station master wrote that no trace was ever found, yet he described hearing children laughing near the tracks, even though the platform had been empty. I shivered. I could almost hear it myself, the echo of tiny voices beneath the hum of the flickering lamps. A new page, same handwriting but hurried, almost frantic. The station master spoke of a man with a strange routine, boarding a train that never came, always leaving a ticket in the ledger as proof of presence. The handwriting looped and swirled in a way that suggested panic, the ink smudging like it had been wet with tears. I ran my thumb over the lines. The words seemed to pulse. The more I read, the more I felt a presence watching me, from the edges of the platform, from within the journal itself. One entry made me freeze. It described a train that left at midnight, one that arrived empty, its passengers dissolved into mist. The station master confessed he had once tried to follow them, had climbed into the fog and never returned. His handwriting ended mid-sentence. The page was torn afterward, but faint words remained. I hear them still waiting. I shivered and closed the journal for a moment. Outside, the platform was quiet, yet I felt the same waiting, hovering just out of sight. I opened it again. Another entry, this one describing luggage that moved on its own, shifting positions as if arranging itself for someone's eyes only. The station master wrote that he would wake to find tickets scattered across the floor, each marked with a traveler's name. Sometimes the names were real. Sometimes they were impossible. There was one, he noted, with his own name, written in a hand he did not recognize. I looked at my own hands, suddenly aware that mine trembled. The journal was heavier than it looked, and with each page I turned, I felt it growing heavier as though it absorbed the unease around it. A faint scuffing sound came from the platform. I looked up. Nothing. Only fog curling around the lamps like smoke from a distant fire. But the scuffing persisted, soft at first, then louder, deliberate, paced. It was coming from the far end of the station, where the tracks disappeared into shadows. I felt the journal pull at me, urging me to keep reading. Another entry detailed the station master's own fear. He wrote of shadows moving where they shouldn't, of whispers in empty waiting rooms, voices that seemed to speak directly to him. He began recording these occurrences in detail, sketches of shapes, faces, figures with hollow eyes and indistinct forms. One sketch made me gasp, a figure standing at the edge of the platform, holding a ticket identical to the ones I had seen. The ink was smudged, but the outline was unmistakable. I looked up at the platform. Fog shifted, thickened. My pulse raced. The journal mentioned a clock, a grandfather clock in the station's waiting room. It had stopped at the hour when the first traveler disappeared. The station master noted that every attempt to fix it ended in failure. The hands always returned to that same hour. The journal suggested that time here didn't move linearly. It waited. The clock waited. Travelers waited. And so did the station. I felt a chill. I thought of my own watch, ticking steadily in my pocket, and wondered how long I had been here. A sudden gust rattled the windows. Papers from the ledger beneath the journal fluttered. One ticket slid out and landed at my feet. I picked it up. Name, destination, departure, all familiar, yet none of it made sense. The ticket was old, edges curled with age, ink faded like a whisper. The name was not mine, but the date was tomorrow. My hands shook. Was the journal predicting the next disappearance? Or was it warning me? I couldn't tell. I flipped to a later page. The station master had begun to write in fragments. Words scattered across the page. Don't follow, they wait, shadows move. Then a sketch of a train, doors open, lights glowing faintly in the fog. The edges of the page were torn, as if he had tried to rip it out in fear. I traced the lines with my finger. The glow of the drawn light seemed to flicker, like the lamps above, like the mist curling along the platform. Something inside me warned me that I was not alone. The journal spoke of names on tickets that never appeared in any record, of luggage that returned to the platform without owners, of travelers who looked out of the windows and saw nothing but their own reflection. There were lists of names, dates, destinations, many crossed out, many left blank. Some entries had no ink at all, just impressions pressed into the paper. I ran my fingers over them. The shapes of letters were familiar. I thought I glimpsed my own name, lightly traced, waiting to be filled. The more I read, the more I understood that the station itself was sentient. Not alive in the human sense, but aware. It observed, recorded, and kept track of those who lingered too long. The journal was proof, but it was also a tool, a guide, a trap. Each page I turned seemed to breathe, fog curling along the edges of the paper, as if reminding me that the stories were real, that the travelers were not gone. They were still here, waiting. A noise behind me made me jump. I spun, empty tracks, only fog curling, twisting. The journal trembled in my hands. I could hear soft breathing, not mine. I turned the pages quickly, skimming entries that became darker, more erratic. The station master had written of attempts to leave, of corridors that twisted impossibly, of doors that led back to the same place. I realized that I too was tracing his steps, following a path already walked, and the fog, thick and patient, seemed eager to guide me. One entry made my stomach knot. The station master described a final journal, one he had hidden beneath the ticket office floorboards. He wrote that it contained the answers to the disappearances, that it revealed the mechanism of the station's strange power, but he had never dared to read it in full. He warned that understanding came at a price. I looked down at the journal in my hands. Was this the same one? Had it been waiting for me like all the other travelers? I felt a sudden weight, a sense of inevitability pressing down. A faint light flickered along the platform, a single lamp turning on for a moment, then off. Shadows shifted. I could feel movement behind the fog just beyond sight. I flipped another page. The station master's handwriting was almost gone, replaced by scratches and spirals. They know you're here, you cannot leave, the tickets choose. My pulse spiked. I closed the journal quickly, heart hammering. But the station didn't release me. The fog thickened and I felt it pressing in, leaning, patient. I turned to leave the ticket office, but the door refused to budge. Something inside, something unseen, pressed against it. The journal felt impossibly heavy in my hands. I realized that Platform Zero had marked me, that by touching the stories of the lost, I had become part of them. I tried the windows, peering through fogged glass. Figures stood along the platform, distant, silent, waiting. Their eyes glinted with expectation, not malice, but inevitability. I understood then that the station didn't need to chase. It simply waited. Always. I opened the journal one last time. The final entry was half a sentence, torn, faded. If you read this, you are... The sentence never finished. A gust of wind rattled the counter. The fog outside swirled violently, and I heard the soft, deliberate sound of footsteps moving along the platform. I dropped the journal. The footsteps stopped. Then silence. I wanted to leave, but I knew the station had seen me, had measured me, and would remember. Even now, I feel the weight of the journal in my mind. I can hear faint scratching, like pen on paper, even when I'm far away. The stories of those who vanished whisper in my memory, tickets flutter in my imagination, and shadows shift just beyond the corner of my eye. The station watches, remembers, and waits for the next traveler to trace the same steps, to read the same words, to become the same story. And somewhere deep inside, I know a part of me will always remain with it, caught between entries, between tickets, between the fog. The clock struck midnight, though the hands quivered, never settling. I had been standing on platform 0 for what felt like hours, the fog thickening until it pressed against my skin, cold and damp. Every lamp along the track flickered, struggling against the darkness, casting shadows that seemed almost alive. I should have left. I should have run. But something anchored me, something that whispered from the mist, promising answers I wasn't sure I wanted. I noticed it first as a shape beyond the fog. Faint, blurred, a silhouette of a figure standing near the end of the platform. No movement, no sound, yet I felt it. A weight, a gaze, something patient and waiting. I tried to rationalize it. A maintenance worker maybe, a traveler late for a train. But then I realized the figure had no luggage, no coat, nothing that tied it to reality. It existed in the space between the fog and the track, neither here nor gone. I could hear it then. Soft at first, almost a hum, like the rails themselves were vibrating under a distant weight. My pulse quickened. It wasn't the station, not the fog. It was deliberate. Footsteps echoing, though the platform was empty. Each step measured, patient, deliberate. I couldn't tell the distance. Sometimes they seemed close, sometimes far, but always approaching, always waiting. I gripped the journal from the ticket office, its pages now worn and fragile. Every entry I had read came alive in the silence. Travelers gone, tickets left behind, luggage that moved on its own. And now the presence. I opened a page at random and my eyes caught a line I hadn't noticed before. The platform does not forget and neither do the passengers. I swallowed hard. Did that mean I was being remembered? Or that I was already trapped, added to the ledger of those who never left? The figure shifted slightly. A turn of the head I could barely perceive through the fog. A ticket appeared in its hand, held delicately, as if offering it to me. I didn't move. My feet felt rooted, though my mind screamed to step back. The ticket was blank. No name, no date, no destination. Yet the ink glowed faintly, almost alive, as though it were waiting for me to write my own fate. I wanted to grab it, wanted to see what it meant, but something inside me hesitated. Some deep instinct whispered that taking it would change everything. The fog swirled suddenly, faster, and I felt the platform tilt beneath me. Not physically, but in perception. The world shifted just enough to unsettle me. A faint melody began to echo, a sound of distant train whistles blended with whispers. I couldn't tell if it was real or my imagination unraveling under the station's influence. I stumbled forward, journal clutched to my chest, and the footsteps mirrored me, always just behind. I dared not look back. I remembered the journal's earlier warning. They wait for the next train, and some departures never truly end. My stomach turned. The station master had known, had sensed it, and now I did too. The presence on the platform wasn't here to scare me. It was here to guide me, to mark me, to test me. I took a step closer to the figure, and the fog parted just enough for me to see the tracks. They gleamed in the pale lamplight, rails stretching endlessly, disappearing into black nothingness. No train waited, yet I could feel one coming. Or perhaps it had always been here, invisible, suspended between moments. A sudden shift. The figure vanished. I blinked, heart pounding. The ticket remained, floating in the air for a heartbeat before landing at my feet. I bent down, hands trembling, and picked it up, still blank, still waiting. I realized then that this station didn't operate on schedules. It operated on attention, on recognition. Every traveler left an imprint, a memory that lingered like a stain on the rails. And if you were marked, the imprint grew until departure became inevitable. I moved along the platform, journal under arm, ticket in hand. Each step echoed, though the platform seemed to stretch, elongating behind me, trapping me in a corridor of shadow and fog. Lamps flickered violently, casting long shadows that writhed across the ground. I felt eyes, countless eyes, observing from the mist, waiting for the next move. The station was alive, not in the sense of humans, but aware, conscious, patient. It had been waiting for someone like me. Another whisper, softer this time, closer. The train, it hissed, almost a sigh. I froze. The voice was not human, not fully, yet it carried familiarity, like the echo of a memory I had never lived. I turned toward it. Nothing. Yet the fog shifted again, revealing a faint outline along the rails, a train that shimmered like liquid shadow. Its doors were open, inviting. I wanted to flee, wanted to close my eyes and vanish. but I also wanted answers. The train promised understanding, though at a price I could not name. I noticed the journal again, open to a page I hadn't read. Sketches of travelers, all faceless, standing before open train doors, fading into shadow. One figure bore a faint resemblance to me, though the lines were blurred, smudged by time and fear. I realized with a shiver that the station had already drawn me in, already begun mapping my departure. The ticket in my hand vibrated faintly, pulsing with unspoken anticipation. I could feel my heartbeat syncing with it, each throb a reminder that I was being measured. Then a sound from behind, a train whistle, faint, melodic, impossibly distant. I whipped around, tracks empty, but the fog thickened toward the horizon, and the shimmering outline of the train drew closer, edges blurring, neither here nor entirely absent. I understood then that this was no ordinary departure. The train moved in a different dimension, caught between presence and memory, carrying those who were no longer fully part of the world I knew. I felt drawn to it, compelled. The journal slipped from my hands, pages scattering like leaves in a storm. I stepped toward the rails and the figure reappeared, ticket raised. No face, no identity, only expectation. I hesitated. The platform beneath me seemed to dissolve slightly, as though it were reminding me that departure wasn't merely leaving, it was transformation. Some part of me already belonged to the station, already waiting to step onto the rails that led nowhere and everywhere at once. A gust of wind swept through the platform, carrying with it faint echoes of laughter, crying, murmurs of names I recognized yet didn't know. Each whisper tugged at me, pulling me closer to the train, closer to inevitability. I glanced at the scattered pages of the journal. The sketches moved subtly under my gaze, figures leaning, turning, stepping toward the doors. The drawings were alive. The ink shimmered faintly, as though the station's energy coursed through it, drawing me deeper. I stepped forward. Fog enveloped me, cold and soft. The train loomed vast and impossibly still, edges dissolving into nothing. The figure extended the ticket. My fingers brushed it, and a sudden clarity hit me. Departure here was not escape, it was understanding. The station had watched, recorded, waited. It offered insight, glimpses into the disappearances, the vanished travelers. But it required attention, presence, and acceptance. The ticket was both key and covenant, blank yet binding. I reached for the door. A sound behind me, scuffing, soft, deliberate, echoing from the empty platform. I froze. Shadows moved among the lamps, stretching unnaturally, forming shapes that weren't quite human. The station remembered every step I had taken, every glance, every breath. I realized that once I crossed the threshold, my departure would never truly end. The train would carry me through fog and memory, a traveler among many who had vanished, yet never left. I stepped fully onto the platform, ticket clutched in hand. The doors beckoned, opened, glowing faintly. A final whisper brushed my ear. Some departures never truly end. The words were both warning and welcome. I turned back for a heartbeat. Empty rails, fading lamps, fog curling like smoke over the platform. The journal lay scattered, pages trembling. I didn't dare pick it up. The answers I sought were beyond the threshold. I stepped forward. The train enveloped me in shadow and light, fog curling around my ankles, carrying me toward a destination I could not name. The station receded behind me, yet I felt it watching still, remembering, waiting for the next traveler. And somewhere in the mist, the ticket pulsed faintly, a reminder that departure here was not loss, but transformation. Even now I carry that presence with me, a whisper in my thoughts, a shadow in my vision. Platform 0 waits. The train waits. And I know that one day someone else will arrive, someone curious enough to step onto the rails, and the station will remember them, just as it remembered me. Some departures end. Some never do. I have learned which I am. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Not the quiet of a sleepy town, not the kind that hums with distant life, but a silence that felt thick, heavy, as if the air itself were holding its breath. Hollow Creek stretched before me like a photograph left in the sun too long, faded, cracked, frozen in a moment that had long since passed. The streets were empty, the wooden boards of the sidewalks groaning under my weight. Every step sounded too loud, echoing against houses that hadn't seen a visitor in years. Signs swung slowly in the wind, hinges squealing, some missing letters entirely. M. Ket, read one, the faded paint curling like skin peeling from a wound. I tried to imagine who had last walked here, who had cared enough to paint names and numbers, but the thought made me shiver. The air smelled of damp wood and rot, the faint tang of ash curling from chimneys that no longer smoked. Something had left this place suddenly, or something had taken it away. I walked further, journal clutched in my hands, every page a record of towns that existed on maps but vanished from memory. Hollow Creek had no maps anymore, only stories whispered in passing, warnings I hadn't heeded. I passed a row of houses, each with shutters hanging by a single hinge, doors cracked open like yawns. Shadows pooled inside like liquid, moving when I thought they should not. My reflection in a broken window startled me. Only for a second, then I realized it wasn't quite me. My eyes looked tired, older, stretched by the shadows that seemed to press against the glass. A creaking sign drew my gaze. It hung over a shop, swinging unevenly, a bell dangling from a hook. The bell tinkled in the wind, its sound sharp, a note that didn't belong to the silence but to something beneath it. I leaned closer and the wind shifted, carrying a faint whisper through the street. I thought I heard my name, soft and hesitant, almost a question. "Are you ready?" I spun around, but the street was empty. Only the sign swung, the bell tinkling, and my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I pressed on. The street narrowed, buildings leaning inward as if to whisper secrets among themselves. I noticed small details, a rocking chair slowly tipping on a porch, a curtain fluttering though no breeze could reach it, footprints in the dust that ended abruptly at thresholds. Someone or something had been here recently. Or maybe the town itself was alive in some small, cruel way, moving, watching, waiting. The thought made my throat dry. A dog barked in the distance. Or maybe it didn't. The sound echoed off walls and down empty lanes, growing louder, closer, though the streets remained empty. My pulse jumped. I didn't want to run, but I didn't want to stop either. There was something about Hollow Creek that pulled me in, a curiosity wrapped in danger. The kind that leaves you questioning whether you want to know the answers at all. I reached a square where a fountain stood, dry and cracked, water long gone, replaced by layers of grime and moss. Statues of children circled its edge, worn by time, features smoothed into anonymity. Their eyes seemed to follow me, though I knew they could not. I knelt, brushing my fingers over a face, and felt a vibration, faint, almost like a pulse. I jerked back. The town was breathing in some way, though I could not see it. I took a deep breath, shaking my hands, trying to convince myself I was imagining it. A sudden creak behind me made me whirl around. A porch swing moved slowly, though no one sat there. My heart raced. I wanted to call out to speak, but the sound of my own voice seemed too loud, too intrusive. It was swallowed immediately by the thick silence, leaving me exposed. I noticed a shadow detach from a corner of the building, elongated and wavering. It moved along the wall, not quite human, not quite an object. I froze, watching as it stretched toward me and then vanished, just like that. I moved cautiously, journal clutched to my chest. Every step made me aware of the empty windows, the doors slightly ajar, the rusted nails jutting from walls. Signs of life, or remnants of it, were everywhere, yet nothing moved that should have. I passed a house with peeling paint, and a small notebook lay on the stoop, its cover read, "For those who wander." I picked it up, brushing off dust and dirt. Pages inside were filled with scrawled names and dates, some recent, some long forgotten. Names of people who had passed through Hollow Creek, or maybe never left at all. I paused, reading, a chill crawling up my spine. One entry was dated yesterday. The handwriting was frantic, hurried, letters smudged as if someone had tried to erase them. It simply said, "Do not follow the lights, they wait." I looked up immediately. Lights. The town was dark. Only a moonless sky above and the faint glow of a street lamp flickering far down the lane. I couldn't see movement, yet something told me the warning was real. I dropped the notebook into my bag. Questions piled in my mind. Who wrote it? Why yesterday? And what lights were waiting? I kept walking. The street seemed longer than before, stretching unnaturally, buildings bending at odd angles. I passed a church, its door hanging crooked, stained glass shattered. I could hear a faint hum from inside, low, steady, vibrating through the soles of my feet. I wanted to step closer to see, but fear rooted me to the ground. The hum grew louder, resonating with something inside me I didn't understand. It was not just sound, it was a pulse, a heartbeat, a summons. I glanced down a side alley. Shadows pooled like ink. For a moment I thought I saw movement there, a figure crouched, watching, waiting. When I focused, nothing remained. The air felt thicker, heavier. My chest tightened. Hollow Creek was not empty. It never had been. And now, with me here, it seemed to notice. The shadows deepened at the edges of my vision. I forced myself to keep walking. A store window reflected my face, or at least it should have. My reflection appeared distorted, twisted slightly. My eyes too wide, skin pale under the ghostly light. For a second I thought I saw another figure behind me, pressed close in the glass, peering over my shoulder. I spun around. Empty street. The reflection in the window was clean again, calm. My breath came in short, sharp bursts. Something was testing me, nudging me, showing glimpses of what I might become, or what I had already started to become. I passed a diner with chairs stacked on tables, a door ajar. A faint smell of coffee lingered, bitter and old. I stepped inside, careful. The floorboards groaned underfoot. I noticed a newspaper, yellowed and brittle, lying on the counter. The headline read, "Hollow Creek Town Vanishes Overnight." The photograph beneath was blurred, indistinct, but I thought I saw streets just like these, empty and waiting, and a figure in the distance, pale, indistinct, watching. I felt the hair on my arms rise. I stepped outside again. Fog had rolled in thicker, curling around lamp posts and sidewalk cracks. Every corner held uncertainty. I realized the town was guiding me, testing my attention, making me notice details, remember them, fear them. A child's laugh, brief, sharp, playful, echoed from nowhere and everywhere. I froze. No one was there, but I felt it, a presence observing me, perhaps amused by my intrusion. I walked faster, compelled, afraid to look back. Houses leaned inward like they wanted to whisper secrets I was not meant to hear. I noticed one home with a single light on in an upstairs window. A shadow moved across it, back and forth, packing. I told myself it was nothing, a trick of the fog, the light, my imagination. Yet the shadow seemed deliberate, aware, keeping pace with me as I advanced. A sign creaked above me, reading "Welcome to Hollow Creek." The words hung in the air like a trap. A sudden breeze stirred dust and leaves across the street, forming patterns almost like letters, almost like a message. I strained to read them. Nothing clear, only shapes that teased my understanding. The town was alive in this way, communicating in half-truths, teasing, warning, testing. I stopped at the center of town, breath visible in the thick, cold air. Street lamps flickered erratically, casting long, distorted shadows. I realized then that Hollow Creek wasn't just abandoned. It was waiting for someone to notice, someone to arrive, someone curious enough to walk its streets and see what it remembered. My pulse raced. Every instinct told me to leave. Every instinct told me to keep going. And I knew I couldn't leave. Not yet, not until I understood. Hollow Creek had secrets. It had history, whispers, shadows that followed even when I looked straight at them. It had patience. And now it had me. I didn't see anyone else. I didn't hear footsteps. Yet I felt eyes, countless eyes, following, judging, waiting. A wind stirred, carrying faint laughter, crying, and whispers that I almost recognized. And in that moment I realized the town had already begun its work on me. Hollow Creek wasn't empty. It was full. Full of memories, full of presences, full of waiting. And I had arrived. I stepped forward. I didn't see it at first, just the empty street curving toward the outskirts of Hollow Creek. Then the playground appeared, half hidden behind rusted fencing and overgrown weeds. Its colors, once bright, were dulled by time and neglect, but the shapes, the swings, the slides, the merry-go-round were unmistakable. My steps slowed, every instinct screaming that this place should be empty, and yet it felt alive, pulsing in ways I couldn't name. The swings moved gently, though the air was still. Just a little, enough to make the chains creak. I told myself it was the wind, though there wasn't a whisper of it. I approached slowly, each board of the wooden path groaning underfoot. The grass pressed against my shoes like cold fingers, wet with dew or something else. I paused at the first swing. It tilted back and forth with perfect rhythm, a ghostly pendulum counting down some invisible hour. I wanted to reach out to touch it, but my fingers tingled and my stomach sank. Then I heard it, the laughter. Light, high, impossibly cheerful, echoing in fragments from the far corner of the playground. I spun around, expecting to see children, but the space was empty. The sound came from everywhere and nowhere at once. My breath caught. A swing behind me jolted sharply, like an invisible hand had pushed it. My eyes darted to the slide, its ladder shaking as though someone had just climbed it. I took a hesitant step forward, every muscle taut, every nerve alive with a mixture of curiosity and dread. The sand in the sandbox shifted, not by wind, not by animal, but by some subtle, deliberate movement. I knelt, brushing my fingers over it. Small footprints formed, tiny and pale, leading toward the slide, then vanished midair as if swallowed. My throat went dry. I wanted to leave. Yet my feet carried me toward the center of the playground, toward the carousel, rusted and frozen, its horses locked in mid-gallop. I ran my hand along the metal. It was warm. Not with sun, not with human touch, but a heat that belonged to something alive, hidden and watching. A soft giggle came from above. I looked up and saw the branches of a twisted oak swaying, though the air was still. Shadows played across the ground like children dancing. I blinked and the shadows shifted, forming shapes too deliberate to be coincidence. One seemed to mimic me, steps echoing mine, though I was still standing in place. My chest tightened. My pulse raced. Hollow Creek had found another way to reach me, another layer of its strange consciousness. I backed away, almost tripping over a seesaw tipped awkwardly. The metal groaned. I felt a presence at my side, though no one stood there. My shadow on the ground twisted, elongated, moving differently from me, stretching toward the swings as though beckoning them to continue their movement. I swallowed hard, a lump in my throat that tasted like dust and old wood. I wanted to leave, but the playground had already taken something from me. My attention, my hesitation, my focus. I couldn't turn away. The carousel creaked slowly, the horses bobbing as though riding invisible tracks. I stepped closer, noticing etchings on the side, names scratched deep into the paint. Dates, initials, some recent, some decades old. One caught my eye, 1974, a child's name beneath it. I ran my finger over the letters. They felt damp, almost as if they had just been carved. My hand trembled. Laughter rose around me, overlapping, layering, a chorus that made my chest ache. It wasn't playful. It was deliberate. It was waiting. A swing shot forward violently. I flinched, stepping back, and realized the shadows around the playground had grown darker, thicker, moving across the ground like ink spreading in water. The laughter stopped suddenly, replaced by whispers. Soft, urgent, impossible to understand, yet filled with meaning. One word rang clear in my mind: stay. My stomach twisted. I wanted to run, to leave, but something inside me, a part I didn't know existed, wanted to stay, to see, to understand. The slide shuddered. I approached, gripping the railing, and felt coldness seep into my hands. My reflection in the metal was wrong, my eyes too wide, my mouth slightly open in a scream that hadn't yet escaped. Behind me, I thought I saw a child perched on the edge of the merry-go-round, rocking back and forth, head down. When I blinked, it was gone. Yet I could feel its gaze, sharp, assessing, curious. I took a cautious step into the sand. Footprints formed instantly, tiny and pale, leading away from the carousel, circling me, always returning to my feet. I tried to follow them, but they disappeared the moment I reached them. The playground was alive, bending the rules of space, memory, and time. I realized I had become part of it, noticed in ways that both terrified and fascinated me. A faint humming began, rising from the ground itself. The carousel's horses twitched in sync with the sound, their eyes, once just painted black, seeming to glint with something inside. I bent closer, straining to hear the melody. It was fragmented, broken, as though played backward in parts, overlapping with the whispers, creating a soundscape of something ancient, hidden, and intent. I shivered. Hollow Creek was speaking again. The swing stopped. Silence returned, heavier than before. I looked around, noticing details I had missed. A doll half buried in the sand, one eye missing. a small shoe wedged between the rails of the merry-go-round, a tiny backpack torn open, contents spilled and scattered like leaves. These objects were old, older than the town's decay, yet fresh, too deliberate to ignore. The children, or their remnants, had been here, and they remained somehow in ways I could not comprehend. I stepped toward the swings, compelled, as though some invisible force guided me. One swing moved toward me slowly, deliberately, then paused midair, waiting. I extended a hand, trembling. The chains rattled against each other, a soft metallic whisper, and then I felt it, a presence leaning close, cold but not hostile, curious, watching. My pulse raced. I wanted to speak, but the words died in my throat. A faint giggle rose again, from the slide this time, accompanied by the sound of running feet circling the playground. I could hear their steps, light, fast, overlapping, but when I turned, the space was empty. Yet I felt them everywhere, surrounding me. The shadows danced more aggressively now, stretching along the ground, climbing walls, wrapping the playground in movement that was unnatural, deliberate. I backed away toward the edge of the sand, noticing footprints that had appeared behind me, mine, or theirs. I couldn't tell. They led to the edge of the fence, vanished into the overgrowth, then returned again, always circling, always watching. My chest felt tight. Fear and fascination collided, an irresistible pull that kept me rooted, unable to leave, unable to look away. The carousel spun slowly on its own, though no wind moved it, no hand touched it. The horses' heads twisted toward me as if following my movement. Their painted eyes glinted with something alive, watching, calculating. I realized then that the playground wasn't just haunted. It was sentient, aware, waiting for someone curious enough to enter, someone who could be shaped, observed, consumed. I took a deep breath. The air was thick, heavy, alive with energy. Laughter, whispers, the soft creak of swings, the groan of the merry-go-round, all blended into a chorus that pressed against my mind. I realized I could leave. I could walk away, run back into the streets of Hollow Creek. And yet a part of me, perhaps the most foolish part, wanted to stay to see what would happen if I didn't. The shadows shifted again. One coalesced into the shape of a child crouched near the slide. Another perched atop the carousel, small hands gripping the pole. They watched me, waiting, silent now, the laughter gone. I realized with a sinking chill that I had crossed an invisible line. I wasn't just a visitor. I was part of the playground story now, a character it could shape, guide, and watch. I stepped back. The carousel slowed, the shadows receded slightly, but the presence remained, palpable, pressing against me. The playground would not forget me. I would not forget it. And even if I left Hollow Creek, even if I never returned, I knew this place would linger in my mind, whispering, pulling, reminding me that some places are never truly empty, and some presences never leave. I turned toward the street, my steps heavier, my mind racing, yet the playground's influence tugged at me. One last glance over my shoulder revealed nothing, but I could feel them there, still watching, still waiting. Hollow Creek had shown me another layer, a secret folded within shadows and laughter, and I understood that the town, the playground, had only begun to reveal itself. I walked on, the echo of giggles and creaking swings fading behind me. But the memory of their eyes, the movement of the shadows, the deliberate pulse of the carousel would stay. Always. I found the first letter pinned to the door of a crumbling house on Hollow Creek's main street. The paper was yellowed, brittle at the edges, ink smudged as though someone had cried over it. The handwriting was jagged, uneven, shaking with emotion, though whoever had written it had tried to maintain control. My fingers hovered over it, trembling, and the air around me seemed to thicken. I felt a pull I couldn't explain, as if the letter itself was alive, calling me closer. The words leapt at me, fragments of someone's life spilling out. A father pleading for his daughter, a shopkeeper reporting strange occurrences, a neighbor whispering fears of shadows following him home. Each note ended abruptly, sometimes mid-sentence, as if the writer had vanished while writing. The paper smelled faintly of smoke and mildew. I shivered, imagining the moments those letters were left behind, the fear that had driven the words into frantic scrawls. I took another letter from a nearby mailbox. This one was sealed in wax, the emblem of a bird pressed into its surface. The seal crumbled under my fingers. Inside, the words were different, colder, more calculated. It described a crime no one had spoken of. A missing child, last seen near the creek that ran behind the town. The handwriting was precise, almost clinical, but beneath it, a malevolence seeped through the lines. I could feel the intent behind the words, the lingering malice of someone or something that had written them. I wandered further down the street, letters scattered on doorsteps, pinned to fences, tucked under broken flower pots. Some were diaries of sorrow, others confessions, some warnings. I felt as though the town itself had been hollowed out by grief, the letters its only witnesses. I read one aloud softly. "Do not follow the shadows, they remember." The words wrapped around me like fog, and I felt eyes watching from the cracked windows of abandoned homes. I swallowed hard. The letters weren't just stories, they were invitations. A sudden breeze rustled the pages of a stack lying on the ground. One letter lifted, twisting through the air like a living thing. It landed at my feet, opened. The words inside were addressed directly to me. "You shouldn't have come, you will see what we have seen." My stomach turned cold. I bent down to pick it up, hesitating. Why did it feel personal? I had never been here before. Yet the ink, the very rhythm of the words, seemed to know me. The houses around me creaked. I could hear loose shutters tapping against their frames, faint footsteps inside empty rooms. I spun around, my eyes searching for the source. There was nothing, only more letters scattered across porches, fluttering in the wind like crows in flight. The town was whispering, each paper a voice, each sentence a fragment of memory, each scribble a warning. I realized I wasn't walking through an abandoned town. I was walking through the residue of lives torn apart, frozen in ink and paper. I picked up a letter from the steps of a former bakery. It was shorter, a child's handwriting, simple and desperate. "They won't let me leave. I can hear them at night. They know I'm alone." I felt a lump in my throat. The fear in those words was raw, unfiltered, and I imagined the small figure writing them, trembling as unseen eyes followed every move. I looked around, half expecting to see a child watching me now, yet the street was empty, or so it seemed. Another letter caught my eye, pinned to the front of what had once been the town library. The paper was darkened with age, edges curling inward. The words detailed a crime that had been buried decades ago, a body discovered in the woods, blamed on animals, though the tone suggested something far darker. The last line made me freeze. "They still walk among us." I felt a chill run down my spine. The sentence lingered in the air, heavy, suffocating, and I could almost hear whispers answering it from the houses around me. I bent closer to the letter, and then I noticed the writing on the wall behind the library door. Faint, etched deep into the plaster, it mirrored the ink on the paper. "Do not trust the quiet. They are everywhere." I staggered back, heart hammering. I hadn't noticed anyone around, yet the message had appeared as though it had been waiting for me. My breath caught. Hollow Creek was not silent. It had a memory, and it remembered me. I moved down the street, letters growing more urgent, more jagged. One described a fire that had consumed an entire house, the occupants never found. Another spoke of footsteps in the attic that no one dared investigate. I felt the tension building, an invisible pressure pressing on my chest. The air seemed heavier with each letter I read, as though the town itself was leaning closer, listening. I felt eyes on my back, in every shadow, every cracked window. A letter on a doorstep crumpled under my hand, a confession from someone long gone. I did what I had to, but they never stopped. And now I am waiting as you will be. The words radiated malice and sorrow simultaneously. I stumbled backward, almost tripping over a pile of envelopes tied with string. The bundle was heavy, the paper thick, and as I picked it up, I felt a presence behind me, a cold breath on my neck, fleeting yet unmistakable. I spun, but there was nothing. Only the letters, only the echo of voices in ink. I started to read aloud, voice trembling, trying to make sense of the chaos. I hear the tapping at the window. They whisper in the walls. No one listens. No one cares. The street seemed to lean in, amplifying the words, stretching the sentences into a living soundscape of fear. The letters weren't just records, they were conduits. Each one linked me closer to the tragedy, each one a thread connecting the departed to me. One letter fell to the ground, its edges fluttering, revealing a photograph tucked inside. A child, smiling in a way that didn't reach the eyes, hands outstretched as if beckoning. The photo felt wrong, alive, staring at me. I wanted to put it down, but my fingers froze. The child's smile seemed to widen, and in the back of my mind I heard laughter, soft but insistent. I dropped the photograph and it landed face down, but the sense of being watched didn't fade. I continued down the street, now moving faster, but the letters multiplied. They appeared on railings, in window frames, tucked into door handles. Each one screamed silently, each one demanded attention. I could feel the malice growing, subtle, insidious. Not all the letters were tragic. They weren't all victims' voices. Some were warnings, threats, promises of punishment for those who ignored the pain left behind. Hollow Creek had a message, and it was relentless. I turned into an alley, hopping to escape the bombardment, but a letter fluttered from above, landing in my path. It was addressed to me specifically. "You have read too much. You cannot leave yet." My stomach lurched. I wanted to tear it apart, burn it, shred it. But even as I touched it, the ink seemed to pulse beneath my fingers, warm, alive. I felt a faint heartbeat under the paper, and my skin prickled. I wasn't holding a letter. I was holding intent. I stumbled into what remained of the town square, letters plastered to every surface. I realized with a sinking certainty that I had wandered into the heart of Hollow Creek's memory, the nexus of its malice. Each note was a thread, a fragment of horror, a whisper of crimes unsolved, of tragedies unrecorded. The town itself was alive in ink and paper, breathing through these letters, reaching out to me, testing me. A final letter appeared at my feet, larger, heavier than the rest. The paper seemed to vibrate slightly, and when I picked it up, the words shimmered. "We see you. We remember you. You belong to the story now." My chest tightened. I wanted to scream, but the sound never came. The letters had become more than messages. They were chains, binding me to the horrors of Hollow Creek, warning me that the town had not finished with me and perhaps never would. I backed away slowly, glancing at the scattered letters, the haunted streets, the crumbling homes. The presence was palpable, pressing against me from all sides. I felt the weight of unseen eyes, the echo of grief, rage, and malice that had endured decades. Hollow Creek had made me a witness, but I could feel the subtle pull, the suggestion that my story was now entwined with the departed. I turned to leave, clutching the bundle of letters. Yet the moment my foot crossed the threshold of the street, I saw them. Tiny shapes flitting between shadows, the ghosts of children, adults, and perhaps something older, watching, waiting. I didn't recognize all of them, but their eyes held the same knowledge the letters had conveyed. They knew I had read, and that knowledge tethered me. As I walked faster, the letters slipped slightly from my grasp, fluttering in the windless street. I realized some would never leave me. Hollow Creek had written itself into my mind, and the stories, the malice, the grief, were seeds that would grow long after I escaped the town. I could feel the weight of every unsolved disappearance, every crime, every tragedy that had been committed and documented here, pressing down on me, shaping my steps, whispering that the town was not done. I glanced once more over my shoulder. The letters on the porches seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light, waiting for the next reader, the next witness. The town itself seemed to breathe, slow, deliberate, alive with memory and malice. I kept walking, but I knew that the stories of Hollow Creek, trapped in ink and paper, had found their mark, and I would never truly leave their gaze. The sun was sinking, staining the sky in bruised shades of orange and violet, when I stepped onto the main road, leaving Hollow Creek behind. I thought leaving would mean relief, that crossing the town limits would sever the thread connecting me to its secrets. But the moment my boots touched the gravel outside the last broken street lamp, I realized it wasn't that simple. The whispers followed me. They started softly, almost indistinguishable from the wind. At first I thought it was my imagination, the echo of my own footsteps. But then a word emerged, a single syllable that seemed carried on the dying light. "Stay." My head snapped to the houses I had passed, their windows dark, their doors gaping, yet I could feel eyes pressing through the shadows, watching me walk away. I swallowed hard and quickened my pace, but the whispers grew louder, threading through the trees and curling around the rusting signs that marked the town's edge. I reached the old bridge that spanned the creek. Its planks were rotted, sagging under the weight of years. I leaned over the railing, trying to convince myself it was just the wind rustling through the water. But the creek reflected more than the fading light. It reflected shapes, blurred figures moving just beneath the surface. For a moment I thought I saw a child's face, pale and wide-eyed, peering from the murk. I blinked, and it was gone. My heart thudded, each beat echoing like a drum in my chest. The road beyond Hollow Creek stretched into a forest, dark and thick. I had expected silence, emptiness, freedom. Instead, the air felt heavy, charged with anticipation. The whispers became a chorus, phrases overlapping, disjointed. "You can't leave, remember, watch." They weren't words of warning. They were reminders, fragments of lives and sorrows the town had stored like a memory bank. My skin prickled, the hairs on my arms standing at attention. Every step I took felt as though it was being recorded, catalogued. I paused, trying to steady myself. A branch snapped somewhere to my left, my breath caught. There was no wind, no movement that should have caused the sound. I told myself it was a deer or maybe a fox, but deep down I knew better. Hollow Creek didn't end at the road's edge. It had followed me here, and it wanted something. The letters, the whispers, the eyes, it all pressed toward me. I could feel it in my chest, a low thrum of unease that wouldn't leave. I started walking again, faster now, boots crunching against the gravel. My eyes darted to every shadow. Something moved in the tree line, a shimmer of motion that mirrored my pace. Every time I turned, there was nothing, yet the sensation of being observed didn't fade. My thoughts raced. What did it want from me? Why follow me after I had left? Was it the town itself, or something older, something that had grown alongside Hollow Creek and fed on its secrets? Then I saw it, a figure standing at the edge of the road between the trees and the dying light. It was faint, shadowed, like it hadn't fully chosen to exist in this world. I froze. It didn't move closer, didn't speak, just stood waiting. And though I couldn't see its face clearly, I felt it studying me, memorizing my features. The whispers coalesced into a low hum, vibrating in my ears. I swallowed. My instincts screamed to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. I forced myself forward, trying to maintain distance. Every step felt heavier, as though the road itself was resisting me. The figure receded slightly when I moved, always keeping the same space between us, never breaking the line of sight. It wasn't human, not in any ordinary sense. It was a shadow with intent, a presence molded by all the grief and malice Hollow Creek had accumulated. And it was patient, terrifyingly patient. I reached the next curve in the road, hopping for a glimpse of the highway that would lead me out to somewhere with light, warmth, and other people. But the forest closed in tighter, branches clawing at the sky, the shadows thickening. The whispers shifted, angrier, sharper. They became sentences, almost coherent. "You saw too much, you know too much, you belong here." I stumbled back, tripping over a root, and for a brief moment my mind went blank. The town had left me, but its voice hadn't. Hollow Creek had imprinted itself on me, and it was reminding me that distance meant nothing. I stumbled into a clearing, pale moonlight washing over the ground. The figure had vanished. Relief surged for a heartbeat, then the clearing itself seemed wrong, too still, too quiet. The air smelled faintly of ink and smoke, the residue of letters I had read, stories I had held. I knelt, brushing dirt off my pants, and that's when I saw them. Dozens of small objects scattered around. A child's shoe, a broken toy, a piece of paper yellowed and torn. They weren't mine, yet they were reminders, talismans of every departure that had ended in Hollow Creek. I crouched, examining the items, heart hammering, when the whisper returned. Not a chorus now, but a single voice, closer, from nowhere and everywhere. "You cannot escape what watches." My blood ran cold. I scanned the tree line. The shadows moved subtly, impossibly, shaping themselves around my perception. Every instinct screamed danger, yet there was no tangible threat, only presence, intent, awareness. The town had followed me into the forest, and it had sent its emissary. I ran, boots skidding on loose gravel, arms flailing, lungs burning. The forest narrowed, twisting paths that seemed to bend toward me. Each turn I took brought a sensation of being funneled, guided, as though the road itself had a will. I didn't look back, I knew better. But the whispers kept pace, riding the wind. You belong, I could feel it now, the shadow pressing, patient and relentless, shaping the night around me. Hours passed, or perhaps minutes. Time had fractured in that forest. Moonlight flickered through the trees, casting shifting patterns that resembled faces, eyes, mouths frozen in silent screams. I stumbled upon a clearing that seemed familiar, the edge of Hollow Creek's memory where the past and present bled together. The letters I had carried in my mind rose in my thoughts, forming phrases, confessions, cries, warnings, threats. They weren't gone. They had followed me. They had never left. I sank to the ground, panting, clutching my head. The whispers became tangible, pressing against my ears, threading through my thoughts. You cannot leave, you will see, you will understand. I realized then that Hollow Creek wasn't a town I could escape. It was a shadow that marked its witnesses, a weight that lingered, feeding on attention, on memory. Every step I thought would take me away was an illusion. The town was inside me now, embedded in my perception, in the way the trees moved, in the way the wind carried voices. I forced myself to my feet, moving toward what I hoped was the highway. The forest thinned slightly, and for a moment I glimpsed distant lights, signs of civilization. Relief surged, hope that perhaps the whispers would fade with distance. But even as I ran toward them, I felt it, a gaze, patient, eternal, following me through the clearing. And then I understood. The figure at the edge of the road hadn't been alone. The town had many eyes, many watchers, patient observers waiting for those who tried to leave. I reached the highway. Cars passed, lights sweeping across the asphalt, warmth spilling from the interior. I thought the sound of engines would drown the whispers, but in the back of my mind the echoes persisted. Hollow Creek's voice had been etched into me. I felt a tug at the base of my skull, subtle, insistent. I had left the town, but the feeling of being watched never faded. Shadows stretched unnaturally, streetlights flickered, and in the corner of my vision I saw shapes that vanished when I looked directly. I pulled over at a gas station, hoping the presence would not follow here, hoping the mundane hum of fluorescent lights would sever the connection. I walked inside, scanning shelves, trying to convince myself I was safe. But the whispers were faint now, still threading through the aisles. Fragments of warnings, stories, confessions. I felt the weight of Hollow Creek pressing on me, not with hands, not with claws, but with memory. Its gaze was infinite, patient, indifferent to my relief. I paid for gas, forcing myself to keep moving. As I drove, the road ahead seemed endless, stretching into shadows that felt familiar. Every mile reminded me that I had not escaped. I had merely entered a new chapter of observation. Hollow Creek was patient, and it had learned I could flee, but it also knew that memory is eternal. Every letter, every whisper, every shadow I had witnessed was a seed planted within me. Even now, miles away, the feeling lingers. Sometimes, late at night, I see movement in the corner of my vision, shadows that hesitate, then vanish. Sometimes I hear a whisper threaded into the wind. You cannot leave. I know Hollow Creek has followed me beyond its borders. The town may be gone from sight, but it is alive inside my mind, watching, remembering, waiting. And I wonder, with a chill I cannot shake, if every step I take, every moment I try to escape, is already mapped, recorded, anticipated. Hollow Creek does not just exist, it persists, patient, eternal, a shadow on the edge of perception. And I, its witness, may never truly leave.